Hello. Hello, everybody. Oh my God. Okay, so I'll give you some time for you all to get in here since I'm literally just starting this now. Um for the people who are going to be listening to this back, I want to apologize for basically going 3 weeks without posting anything on my podcast. October turned out to be a very, very, very frustrating um, month for me. Well, let's back that up. It wasn't frustrating. It was busy and it was fun. I was incredibly busy setting up I threw my first party for fundraising. We raised $2,800 for the Los Angeles Gay and Lesbian Center. And I couldn't be more thrilled um, to have put together something that ended up doing some good for people. And we're throwing our next one in December. And, honestly, it's one of those things where I've been thinking a lot about ways in which I can be productive and helpful. Um, and if and even though I love making content and I love making, YouTube videos and things like that, I think it's okay if I go a little bit of time without, uploading something if the reason is fundraising. So yeah, I was very, very happy. We raised money for the Los Angeles Gay and Lesbian Center, which for me has been incredibly important and impactful and life changing. So I don't feel bad, but I do feel a little bit bad about I've been pretty consistent with my podcast, and this was the first kind of stretch where I wasn't. So I do apologize for leaving some of y'all hanging. I truly do. Um, I'm going to get some water really quickly. I don't know why I always start these without drinking water. Um, be right back. Oh boy. So I didn't get water. I got Dr. Zevia. Here, I'll do an ASMR moment. Is that like doing it for those of you guys who are into that shit? Okay, so we've got a decent amount of people in here. Let me take a sip. Let's talk about what we're here to talk about really quickly. So, just to recap, the podcast episode was about crossdressers, sissies, and misogyny. Now, this was a topic that I've avoided discussing on my channel because, I hadn't really found the best way to discuss it. I think the podcast is really allowing me to have certain conversations that I've wanted to have, but felt like I needed to have the perspective of others in order to properly have fully. Which is why we're here today. But this is a really complex conversation because we're talking about, pushing it against gender expectations. We're talking about ways that people occasionally explore their gender. And I know that that could be potentially quite sensitive. But what I really wanted to talk about were a very particular type of person who does things that are similar to that. Because I think it's a conversation that we should have that a lot of people are not having. Um, so in the podcast, I talked about coming across a profile that followed me. And the profile was run by somebody who self identifies as a crossdresser and also a sissy. And in their profile, which I've now blocked and cannot find anymore, but it said something along the lines of, I'm a sissy slut for a big black cock. I love dressing like a whore and pleasing black men. Um, Now, this kind of rubbed into both conversations that we've been having lately about kinks that make me uncomfortable. And one of the things that I discussed in the podcast is that for me, especially as a Black transgender woman, a lot of times these um, these are fetishes that are projected onto me and presented to me, and they are things that make me incredibly uncomfortable, predominantly because the way that they are pushed onto me is generally without my consent or acknowledgement. um, and whenever I say that it's a thing I don't appreciate, it is often the canned response that I get is, well, you're a trans woman. You should be more open minded. How dare you tell me that you don't want anything to do with this? Um, and I hate that. I really, really hate that because it puts me into a position where, you can look at a, your standard cis het white woman, and you can understand why she would say no. But because I'm a black trans woman, somehow I'm supposed to have a different standard. It's not okay for me to say no, but it's more understandable for a cis white, woman to say no. So I don't love that sort of suggestion. And I've had a lot of very contentious conversations with men that I've dated who I have found out are cross dressers. And it's often not great. Often the conversation tends to go really fucking terrible because some of these men are expecting me to have a different degree of standard. They're expecting me to be more accepting of them. But my problem often is with cross dressing, which I don't have a problem with cross dressing. I have a problem with the misogyny that often comes up with cross dressing. And I guess I'll give you guys more of an example of this. So if you look at a lot of, like, you know what? Let me look it up. Let me just, I'm going to go on FetLife right now and I'm going to type in sissy and just read what I find, because I always find the most upsetting things when I come across sissy or cross-dressing memes. And that's partially what I discussed in the podcast, because for me, the memes are where you really sort of see this shit. So actually, let me do sissy memes. Let's see what pops up. All right. Now, I honestly understand that the vast majority of these things are not supposed to be, they're not supposed to be proper. They're not supposed to be respectful. They're not supposed to be reflective of reality. But for me, whenever I have interactions with people who share memes like this, it tells me a few things. It tells me that they're projecting this image onto me, which I feel is incredibly misgendering, incredibly degendering. And it is often quite racist. Quite frequently, it's quite racist. So I'll tell one of the first things I see when I look up sissy memes on FetLife is I see several photos of transgender women with sissy attached to them. Now, this was one of the problems that I had that I talked about later on in my podcast. But one of my biggest discomforts with a lot of, I guess you could say, sissy culture is this tendency for sissies online to steal images of transgender women and label them as sissified men. I've seen girls that I personally know who are sex workers or are performers being used in this way. They'll take pictures of transgender women and they'll add captions onto them that don't reflect their reality, but are often some honestly misogynistic drivel that I can't fucking stand. So obviously when these people like my profile or interact with me, it makes me incredibly fucking uncomfortable because I feel like they might be looking at me in that way and I don't even want to interact with that. So I tend to just block people, and I don't feel bad about that because I can decide what's what and who has access to my stuff. So let me look through these to find a good example of what I'm talking about. And I guess I should really clarify that I don't have a problem with all cross dressing. I don't have a problem with men playing with gender. I think, okay, let's really back up. Okay. So And I guess because this is why the conversation's hard, because I can see how this could sound like I'm just talking shit about men being feminine, which is not the case. So I have, for example, known through some of the old sort of circles I was part of when I was young, 18, 19. I've known a fair amount of cross dressers. And quite frequently they are people who in their daily lives are heterosexual men. um, Quite frequently. Not all, but I would probably say the vast majority are men who live their daily lives as hypermasculine, typical heterosexual men who get off on having this sort of secret femininity where they are cross dressing. And it's a thrill for them because of how taboo it is, which, of course, is the main draw for a lot of people with kink. A lot of people have a kink where the reason it appeals to them is because it's so taboo to them. Now, the problem that I've often observed with these cross dressers is they are so frequently in relationships with cis het women who have no clue that that's what they're doing. These people will go out, they'll steal their wives' clothing, they'll start having sex with men. And when the conversation is eventually broached with the girlfriend, which it usually isn't broached, it usually is found out. Um, there kind of starts to get, you get this sort of slide of conversations where, and this is where I think it gets a slightly complicated. You have this person who fell in love with someone who they believed to be, just your typical cis het dude, who turns out to be a cross dresser. And there are some people who would argue that a woman in that position needs to be accepting of her husband. And the reason why or her boyfriend, and the reason why I've often had frustration with that particular reaction to the conversation is that just observing these crossdressers and seeing the shit that they do, I know that quite a few of them resent their cis female partners quite deeply. Um, and they get off on the secret. The secret is why it appeals to them. They get off on the fact that they're living their daily lives, doing normative shit with their cis het wife. And then, in their off time when she's not around or when she's away, having, casual sex with men. And often they will only allow themselves to have sex with men when they're cross dressed. This is another layer of what I kind of feel like is the misogyny, because I've known a lot of men. Like I told a story in my podcast that I told it a few times on my channel where I'd known this guy who we had been talking online forever when I was living in Valencia, and we had talked like we were going to like date and all this other shit. He shows up to Cal Arts one day, and I say hi to him, and he darts across the school like I was, like I had the plague or some shit. Do you know what I mean? Um, and I thought that was really weird. And this was earlier in my life as a trans woman, and so I was quite touchy and sensitive about it. But I knew that it was he didn't want anyone knowing that we were associated. Um, so then I'm randomly on, I think it was one of the trans dating sites actually. No, it wasn't. It was a different fetish website. And I see someone who looks a lot like him, and it's this crossdresser who, is all types of sluts, whores, and bitches, and all these other things. Labels himself in that way, and it was so interesting to see that in his daily life he was so invested in maintaining this image of heterosexuality that he didn't want anyone to know that we were associating with each other. But if you read his profile, you know he is a sissy slut for big black dick all the time, and that's who he is, and that's what it is. And it was one of these weird sort of things where you had this person who is so desperately trying to cling on to the trappings of heterosexuality while being incredibly passionate in their way of how to talk about this. Let's put it this way. A lot of the shit came off to me as misogynistic. A lot of the shit came off to me as he was fetishizing um not just femininity, but this very particular image of femininity. that was, of course, very informed by the male gaze. Um, and so, it's one of those, which is a weird sort of thing. And a lot of the crossdressers that I've known have been exactly like this. They've been men who in their daily lives are, you know, incredibly one way about not only how they want themselves to be perceived, but about how their partners are perceived. And they have all of these rules and expectations about the kind of women that they will date and da 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 da. Right. But then you find out more about them, and you kind of start to get the realization that a lot of times, when you find that they're let's back up. When I found those particular men cross-dressing, it turns out that they're cross-dressing as the exact type of woman that they are interested in sexually. It turns out that quite a bit of their strong rules about how it's people are supposed to be presented is truly informed by this very hypersexualized image of a woman that they see in their minds as attractive. And if you look at a lot of cross-dressing like communities and forums and things like that, you can tell that they are presenting themselves in a way um, that echoes the women that they are sexually attracted to. Um, and I think maybe that there's some stuff to unpack with that. But what I kind of hate about the conversations I've seen around cross dressers, especially when it comes to them being discovered by their partner, is that the cis women in this conversation who don't want to date cross dressers are often framed as terrible for not wanting to pursue somebody who turns out to be a cross dresser. And there's no like vague understanding of, maybe I don't want to date somebody who's been stealing my clothes and having sex with men behind my back. Like maybe I don't want to date somebody who in their daily, in their off time is writing about how they're a disgusting whore slut for wearing a pair of pantyhose and sucking dick. Like maybe I just don't want to date someone like that, and that's a-okay. you know and I've listened to some cross-dressers just sit and just bitch and moan about how no one's accepting them, and I get it. I get that it can be frustrating to be in that position, but I don't think it's wrong or bad for a person to not want to date someone who was opposite of what they thought they were, if that makes any sense. um so I'm not really presenting this in the best way because there's literally so many different topics to come by. But I want to reiterate that my issue is not men being feminine. It's so frequently men being feminine and being very misogynistic about it, being incredibly fucking misogynistic about it. Um, and it makes me uncomfortable because when you look at like what gets me is like a lot of cross dressers, they will dress like, basically they would dress like their moms, like they're wearing like your typical like stockings and dress kind of thing, your typical kind of like corporate mom outfit, right? But when they wear it, they're a dirty bitch slut, right? Things that would be completely matronly on the average cis women are are you becomes makes you a dirty, disgusting slut whore bitch, you know. I'm looking at the comments. We've already got. Stop judging people. You're one of the strangest people on earth. Listen, this goes back to the issue that I've had. If cross dressers were just cross dressing by themselves and not bothering anyone and not hurting people and not being annoying and not being pushy, I would have no problem with it. I would have no issue with it. My problem is how many arguments I've had with cross dressers, how many times I've dated men who've turned out to be cross dressers, how many times I've had to read misogynistic drivel in my inbox or on my page or in the pages of people who are trying to interact with me, and then being told that I need to accept it because, as this person says, I'm one of the strangest people in the world. You know, that is what bothers me. I do not like being told that I need to accept misogyny because I'm a trans person. And I'm going to reiterate, someone says, Kat, why are you bringing up the worst examples of cross? Because that's what we're talking about. That's what I'm talking about. I want to reiterate again, cross-dressers and sissies aren't necessarily the same thing. Oftentimes they intersect, oftentimes they relate, but they are not the same thing. And there are plenty of people who cross-dress and do it to be empowering. There are plenty of men who cross-dress and they're not cross-dressing because being a woman or being feminine is this dirty, disgusting thing. They're doing it because it makes them feel empowered. And that to me is so different. So different than the people sitting on on their computers talking about how they're a dirty, disgusting slut for wearing a pair of stockings. So I think that it's very different. And I do think that it's important to make the distinction because I don't think there's anything inherently wrong or transgressive or pushy or shitty about men cross dressing, period. My problem comes when I have to tolerate certain bullshit from cross dressers because I'm a trans woman. And I feel like this is one of those conversations where if you're not in it, it's probably hard to hear or get or understand. But I've had to have so many shitty, contentious conversations and arguments with men because of shit like this. And it's one of those things that makes me very, very, very upset because I don't want to judge anyone. I don't want to be judgmental, but I have to go out of my way to say I don't want to have interactions with people with feminization fetishes, you know, because it feels misogynistic to me, because I can't look at you, call yourself a dirty slut, bitch, whore, cunt for wearing, your mom's clothes and not read that as misogyny. I just can't. I really can't, you know? And the reason why I wanted to open up this conversation is because I'm accepting that perhaps I'm ignorant here. I'm accepting that perhaps I don't know, maybe I'm getting it wrong. And, I'm going to be welcoming you guys to call me in and, have this conversation with me. But I would, we're, because of the position that I'm often put into, I can't even draw up a boundary, to say I don't want to interact with this without somebody saying, well, you're, like this person says, you're the weirdest person in the world. Why can't you accept this? And the thing is, these people, like, I can't, it's again, I feel like this is one of those things you're not going to get it unless you've interacted with it. But listen, I have, I've had so many shitty, contentious arguments with cross dressers. So many, so fucking many, and it's like, I don't want to be a jerk. I don't want to be a bitch. I don't want to be an asshole, but I know what I like. I know what I'm into. And I know that makes me uncomfortable. And I'm tired of being told that I need to accept something that I know I'm uncomfortable with because of who I am. So that's one of my biggest sort of, caveats to this conversation. Because, I've got to sit through every cross-dresser and sissy interacting with my page, and read through their misogynistic drivel about how they're a bitch and slut for wearing women's clothing. Um, and it's really hard for me to fucking sit through. Like, and there's a layer, like, okay, I'm looking through these memes to find examples of what I'm talking about. And I'm gonna reiterate, it's not all bad, it's not all misogyny, but a lot of it is. Um, there's a picture where you've got um, you've got these three women. Two of them have tied this guy up. He's wearing pink panties, and there's like a frilly dress next to him, and they have a camera in their hands, and The person says, we're going to make you, the caption is, we're going to make you into a complete sissy faggot. You'll be sucking cocks tonight. And, I guess to me, I understand that, like, with a lot of kinks, a lot of men are turned on, or a lot of people are turned on by the taboo. So there's plenty of men who live their lives as heterosexual men who maybe have a curiosity with doing things with other men, who are kind of turned on by the idea of a woman encouraging them to do something less than heterosexual. And I actually don't think there's anything wrong with that. That I get. That I get. I just don't exactly understand why you have to be a sissy faggot for sucking dick. Do you know what I mean? I just don't know why it has to be that. But I guess I do understand that for a lot of sissies, maybe, well, I know that a lot of their fascination, the excitement, etc. It's because they've been called things like sissy. They've been bullied because they've wanted to do things. And for some people, it's like, you know, some people it's literally because I've been, made fun of or pushed, for, out of doing this, I'm particularly fascinated and curious in it. I know that that's part of it. So so here's another one. It's a picture of a trans porn star and a man is having sex with her. And the caption is, just like I told your slutty wife, size doesn't matter, does it, faggot? And this is kind of what I talked about. So, like, one of the things I mentioned in my video was that there is occasionally, well, that wasn't the best example, but a lot of sissies, there are some people who identify as cuckolds who are also sissies, right? And sometimes this has a racial element, sometimes it doesn't. But there is sort of this idea. Okay, here's a good. Okay, some of these are funny to me because I have a terrible sense of humor. But there is a sort of idea that if you're a man who is allowing, in quotations, your wife to have sex with another man, that a man who is more sexually superior to you has embarrassed you so much that you're basically a woman. You're basically a woman. And that's kind of that like that's where for me the misogyny part kind of comes in, is like you're such you're such a terrible man that you're basically a woman. How is that? To me, that just sounds like misogyny. That literally just sounds like misogyny to me. But I also get, as someone is pointing out, that people like being demeaned. And I actually don't think that there's anything necessarily wrong with that per se. I think for me, part of the issue is, as somebody who's interacted with a lot of these cross dressers, I feel like I've known very few cross dressers who are outwardly accepting, celebratory people in their daily lives. Some of these people are your homophobes and your transphobes and your people who abuse others, especially cis female partners. And, it's, it's, I guess, hard for me to be like, okay, yeah, that's just all it is, knowing kind of what I know and interacting with people, how they have. Um, I don't know. So here's one that kind of points out my example a bit better. So this is a picture of another trans porn star having sex with a black man. And the caption says, "You got so addicted to black dick that you happily let it sorry, that you happily let a pimp feminize you and turn you out on the streets. Now you're the most prolific she-male whore." you know, it's kind of stuff like that that bothers me. Like, I mean, there's layers to that too. So because you had sex with a black man, of course that black man is a pimp. Okay. Um of course he's a pimp, of course. Of course you're being pimped on the streets, of course. You know, And I guess it's just like, why does having sex with a man feminize you? Why does even being submissive to a man feminize you? Like, do you know what I mean? And like that's kind of the problem I have. And again, this is on a picture of a trans porn star. You know, this is, on a picture of it. This person stole a picture of a trans porn star and decided to, type all of these captions on it. And that's part of the issue I have, because one of the things I pointed out is that, some people, their pictures are stolen so much that that they're associated now with these memes, even though they are not sissies. And I'll just say it because I guess it needs to be said. There is something really shitty about being associated to or compared to a sissified man because you're transgender. And to me, when people put these captions over these pictures of transgender women, to me it just sounds like they're trying to make that connection. They're trying to make that you know that connection. It's I shouldn't have to say that, but like that's it to me. That's totally wrong, and in my opinion very transphobic. um So here's another one. See, baby, I knew a cute little thing like you would look perfect with a big black cock in your ass. Then the caption says, "Oh, it's too big. It's going to break me. Oh, he'll break you all right. After today, you're never going to think about pussy ever again. You'll be owned by black cock for the rest of your life." sorry. Sorry. I'm sorry. I mean, it's like, and again, we're gonna back up and say this once again. I know that kink and all this other, they're not supposed to be appropriate. It's just, to me, it's like, why can't you just fuck a black man without making it weird? Why why can't you just, like have sex with a black person and not or a man and not make it weird? Like, why does it have to be you're a woman now because you're having sex with black men? And that's like the problem again. That's what the problem I have with it is. It's like the communication is that being submissive to a man, having sex with a man, makes you a woman. Basically, there's that. Um, and that there's something special or specific about having sex with a black man. And again, my big issue, like race play, that I have with this, because it's, I would live and let live if I wasn't constantly being this wasn't constantly hoisted on me. If I wasn't constantly having to tell men, like I say on, I have to say in my profiles, like I say on my profile, I immediately block sissies, crossdressers, and race players who engage with my content on here. Not interested in being part of your degendering and or racist fetish. Because unfortunately, I have to say that, and they still don't fucking read it. And when I respectfully say, I'm not interested in this, it's not for me, then I get the debate. Then I get the debate about how I'm so close-minded. As someone earlier said, I'm the weirdest person in the world. How dare I reject, a person who has BBC sissy memes in their profile? So anyway, if you're interested in hearing me talk about this in a way more organized way, I did it in the podcast. And the podcast, I was in a particular mood because I woke up that morning and had this interaction with a sissy, and it just bothered me. And so I had a lot to say, and I said it a lot better and a lot more clean and a lot more together. So if you want to hear me talk about this better, go just listen to the podcast. It's over on my other page as well. But those are my issues. My issues, again, are not with men, you know, putting on women's clothing or pushing gender roles. I love the fact that people are doing that. I love the fact that people are saying, "Hey, these aren't women's clothes; they're just clothes," and I'm wearing them. Da 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 da. That to me is cool. I love that. Accept it. Awesome. I don't love men doing that and then calling themselves sissy horse sluts for big black dick because they're wearing their mom's stockings and pencil skirt. That's it. That's it. Someone says, I cross dress to feel empowered in my femininity. And I think that's a beautiful fucking thing. And I think that for me is kind of the central difference between these kinds of people. Like these memes that I just read you are very much appealing to a very particular kind of person who is very, very much invested in it being a secret and also invested in it being something that is shameful, right? A lot of this stuff, you couldn't make a shaming joke about somebody having sex with black men and being a woman if they you know enjoyed having sex with men of all races and also didn't see being feminine or being a woman as like a degrading thing. Like, yeah, this is a degradation kink in so many ways, but the degradation is that you're like a woman. That's the degradation part. The degradation part is you're basically a woman. So this is the issue I had. Again, I don't think I said it in the best way. The podcast is much better, but I'm wanting to hear. We're gonna open up the calls right now. I'm wanting to hear from people who have. Oh shit! Let me go and pin that. I'm wanting to hear from people who, oops, sorry. I'm wanting to hear from people who are cross dressers, have experience with cross dressers, or have a thought or opinion about any of these things that I'm saying. Because just for me, it's not all cross dressers. It's not all cross dressers. Um, and that's not the argument that I'm trying to make. Um, it's more that there's a very particular string of cross dressing and of sissification that I have a very hard time not seeing as misogynistic. A very, very hard time. How am I supposed to react when I am looking at a man wearing, the clothes that I would wear to the grocery store and calling himself a dirty slut and whore? How? How am I supposed to react to that? Am I supposed to be like celebratory of the fact that this person is, living their best life, dressing like my mom and calling themselves no, I'm not going to be. So I don't know. So there's a comment that was left on my podcast video, which again, in fact, let me just link it right here since I'm on my page. There's a comment that I want to read for you guys before I actually answered calls. By the way, you see the line is open. That's where you can call in. If you're in the chat, you should click on this to subscribe to my podcast page where I upload the edited call-ins, and also the podcast episodes. We're on episode 12 this time around. Isn't that awesome? We've done 12 episodes so far. But yeah, so this person left a really interesting comment and I wanted to share it with you because it gave me thoughts. And okay, well, I'll respond to the thoughts as I respond to this. So this person says, you called me out in a lot of ways here. I was cross-dressing and sleeping with men without my girlfriend knowing. When she found out, she was obviously upset. I felt like it was the only outlet I had, and if anyone found out, they would be disgusted with me and hate me. Now I'm questioning whether I'm trans or not. Over the years, I was obsessed with anime traps. Yes, I know it's a slur, and eventually got into cross-dressing and the sissy fetish. I never liked the idea of being humiliated just because I wanted to be feminine. Sissy memes are especially bad about that. They'll use every slur in the book, I swear. And there's the weird obsession with black men being alphas over white men. See, this is a very common thing. That's just what I got from being, unfortunately interacting with it without my consent kind of thing. I'm sure the deeper you get into that, the more you clearly see it. But anyway, this person says, anyway, I just want to share my side of things. It's honestly really hard for me to know if it's just misogynistic fetishes that make me think I want to be a woman or if I genuinely am. If I'm not trans, I know I'll feel incredibly guilty for making trans women look like weird heterosexual men. I don't want to hurt anyone. I just want to discover myself. I'm sorry, Kat. I know I'm probably the kind of person you hate. Now, I want to reiterate this thought because it's important. I don't hate anyone. What I hate is how oftentimes I have to explain that I don't want to interact with people who have this fetish. Especially as a trans woman, it is kind of distressing to be in a position where you're having, there's this notion being pushed onto you that you are similar to this person who does indeed have a very misogynistic fetish. Um, I don't like having to explain that I am not a person wearing women's clothing as a sick, kink and fetish because that's not it at all. I like dressing in ways that fucking complement my body. And sometimes that is sexy, but it's very different than this particular very fetishized way that I've seen a lot of cross-dressers and sissies explore femininity. Um, and I don't hate anyone. I don't hate anyone. I hate how many times I have to have this conversation. I want everyone to explore their gender and to figure out what makes sense to them, whether that be something that is solid or something that is more amalgamous, whatever that may be. I want for that to be the case. I don't want for femininity and things associated with women to be so deeply hypersexualized to the point where, again, you could dress like your school teacher or your mom and you're a dirty bitch slut whore. And I don't like how frequently I've had to sort of tell men that this makes me uncomfortable, that this isn't something that I'm interested in, that I don't want to be around it. Like feminization, I'll just share that I haven't told you guys a lot about my personal like BDSM interests, but I will say that one of the things I don't like and is incredibly triggering to me are forced feminization fetishes. I that is one of those things that like, oof, it makes me very fucking uncomfortable, especially because um I just thank you so much, pop culture guru. I can't pick anyone, unfortunately, but thank you anyway. Um, I just don't like it. I don't like it, and it's weird for me to interact with somebody who very clearly has a hyper fetishized image of how women are supposed to present themselves and how women are supposed to be. It just makes me uncomfortable, and that's just is what it is. Um, so yeah. Anyway, we've got 10 people on the line. I think I've beaten my point into the ground. Like I said, I definitely talked about it a lot better on the podcast. Um, but yeah, I can't again. I can't pick people right now. All I see is 10 people on the line, and I think that it's in the order in which someone calls. So I don't know if they mix it up at all. It's just, I have literally all I see is a blinking phone with a little 10 notification sign over it. That's all I see. So I think it's very much if you call in first, that's who gets called. So I apologize for that. Um, but anyway, I'm gonna be quiet for a second and then take the next call. Oh my God, why isn't it answering? Oh, shit. Oh my God. So I clicked. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, okay, here it goes. I'm sorry.
Hello?
Hi there. How are you? Who am I speaking to? And what is your true tea?
Hi. My name's Izzy. I prefer they them pronouns, but also use she her. And I am a trans femme who sometimes identifies as a trans woman. And I just wanted to share my opinions on this whole thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so where should we start? Honestly, there's a lot to say.
Wherever you feel drawn to start.
Okay, well, how about this? I want to start this off by saying that I might like get canceled or whatever for saying it, but in my opinion, I believe that cross dressers and sissification and all this stuff is extremely misogynistic. And I think misogyny is disgusting as a concept. So naturally, I can't feel comfortable with myself saying anything say like if it's misogynistic, it's wrong and it shouldn't happen, in my opinion. In my opinion, cross dressing on its own, or maybe just a cis man exploring gender on its own, should never be shamed at all, especially
Mm-hmm.
because that can take its way for a lot of trans people. And it is very sad that so many things in our society that are feminine are also seen as so sexual,
Mm-hmm.
especially because when you look at these spaces, I commented it. I don't know if anybody else said anything about it, but pedophilia is such a strong thing in these communities. It's
Mm-hmm.
such a strong thing. The
Mm-hmm.
idea that you're daddy's little girl or um like little girl this so cute and little, like it's disgusting to me. You know, I have two little sisters, and whenever I hear about or see that stuff, it makes me really, really sad because it's like, oh, they're growing up in a world where literally anything they want to do, anything they want to wear gets sexualized. And it's it's another sad thing because though I'm personally very modest in my life, so I don't identify as asexual, the way I tend to dress includes things like thigh highs and short skirts because that's just what I like, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um, and it's sad to me because I like those items of clothing because I think that they look pretty. And yet, when I wear them, there's this inherent sexualization, not just from cross dressers and sissies and all these people, but just society as a whole.
Mm-hmm.
And so when I see sissies replicate this, it's kind of like, you know, these are things that in my mind I had to fight for. In my mind, I had to struggle with this idea that at one point in my life I was super uncomfortable with the concept, but I had to deconstruct why in my head I was uncomfortable with it. And then once I started doing it, I felt liberated. Now, they might have a similar feeling of liberation, but when they couple that up with sexualization, it only hurts the people that are supposed to wear it. Okay, but what if you like feeling sexy in thigh highs? I mean, you can, but it's an article of clothing that people wear, and I don't think it should be sexualized, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah, and it's funny because I had this when you were talking about this, I thought about whenever I go shopping in the fashion district, um, I often will have the people who sell fabric be really really aggressive sexually towards me, and it's very uncomfortable for me. And I had a conversation with some women in this LA group that I'm part of for women, and one of the biggest pieces of advice people gave me was dress homely, dress like don't dress in a way that shows off your figure, because these things will be automatically, you know fetishized. And so I, put on my baggiest clothes, my ugliest outfit, and went shopping. And it was so interesting how different people reacted to me because I wasn't wearing like the fucking leggings and tank top that I do when I'm just trying to be comfortable and like leave the house. You know what I mean? Because that
Yeah.
stuff is fetishized so much, just basic clothes. And I guess maybe that's kind of answering my question about why is it that some cross dressers will literally just wear your mom's clothes. It's and I say that because it's that vibe, it's that look, it's you're dressing like a corporate mom, at least a lot of the cross dressers that I've seen. And it's like
Yeah.
even that, even those clothes that are usually construed deliberately not to be sexual are still seen as sexual because of who's wearing them, because of who's on it. So yeah, it's unfortunate that sometimes being a woman or sometimes just being feminine means that you're wearing things that will be inherently fetishized regardless of what they are. um
And I feel like even worse, especially when you start going into that like East Asian fetishization territory, right?
Hmm.
You see a lot of cross-dresser types or AGPs, you might want to call them, right? Wearing things like Japanese middle school uniforms in extremely sexualized ways,
Hmm.
or primary school uniforms with the white like top and the blazers and everything, right? Um, I don't personally see an issue with people wearing those like outfits, but when they wear them for sexual purposes, it's so disgusting because it's like these are the things that children might be going to school in right now, like while we're talking on this call-in show.
Hmm.
So the idea that somebody would wear that in a sexual way, it's like, are we going to put on diapers? But people do that. Oh my gosh. Okay.
It's funny you
Well,
mentioned that
basically,
because I was looking at this one page that has a ton of sissy memes on it. And the first one, or the most recent one, literally is a clearly an of age person, but wearing a diaper. Because that's a whole thing. And I'm not here to shame that. People have their things, whatever. But yeah, that's there. That is definitely there.
I think that one of the most frustrating things for me personally as a trans feminine person is, you know, so I'm a little, I don't want to flex, but I'm a little popular on TikTok, right? And people are constantly complimenting my appearance, which I really do appreciate. Um, but occasionally I'll get a few comments or messages from people saying these like really disgusting, disturbing things. And it's like, as a black person or as a trans person, I almost feel like my existence is fetishized by these people. And then I go onto their page and it's full of these sissification memes. And
Hmm.
I'm just sitting here to myself, what was it about me who's trying to live in my authentic self that turned you on to the point where you just had to send me a message or had to leave a creepy comment, which I now have to delete and block you because you had this instant assumption that I must just be some quote unquote man who gets off on it just like you. I
Hmm.
feel like it's not fair because in my life personally, I identify as non binary, but the way I dress and the way that I act fits in line with femininity for me. Um, and it's sad because I already knew misogyny was rampant in this world. I already know that being a woman often means you're instantly sexual, and it's very frustrating. And yet, there's another layer to it when you're a trans feminine person because as a trans feminine person, sometimes you aren't allowed to exist without it. And it makes dating hard because I just want, like you mentioned earlier, when you are in those spaces, you have to very explicitly state how you're not interested in this and you're not interested in that, and then people will argue on it and call you that like you're not open minded, right?
Hmm.
I try my hardest to be open minded, but when it comes to fetishizing my very existence, how can I be open minded about that?
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. And that's the thing is somebody mentioned in the comments, it's living vicariously through us. But like I'm not a feminized like man who's getting off on being feminine for sexual kicks. Like these are not the same things. And it is very uncomfortable to even get the impression that someone might be doing that to you. Um so I will block. And I used to feel bad about it a bit because it felt like I was being judgmental, but I really don't feel bad about it. um because I know what I don't want to interact with, and I don't want to interact with misogyny period, but especially from people who are projecting their misogyny onto me, and sort of making the inference that we are similar or share commonality, because we don't.
That's like we are not the same on that.
Hmm.
Um, One other thing that I wanted to mention, because I saw it in the comments a bit earlier, I've been reading them in between speaking. Um, Somebody mentioned, do you believe that cis women can be AGPs, right? And I thought about it because obviously the definition of autogynephile, which I feel is somewhat linked to this conversation, though it's like a different thing, right?
Yeah.
Slightly. The definition, as far as I'm aware, and feel free to correct me in case I'm wrong, but that's any person who takes sexual pleasure in displaying themselves femininely or with feminine characteristics, correct?
Mhm. I will say that I still have a lot of research to do on that, but that's my understanding is essentially people who get off on projecting an image of themselves femininely. But like often it kind of is that thing I talked about where when I look at a lot of cross-dressing sort of I don't even know how to describe it. When I look at cross-dresser communities and I see the kind of photos that they take, they are very, very clearly cultivating an image of a woman that they would want to have sex with. That's who they are dressing themselves up as. They are people who, in their daily lives, if they saw, you know, a woman who was literally that type of femininity, that exact look, that exact vibe, that's who they would be attracted to. That's who they would be interested in. And so I guess that's kind of the description of autogynephilia. But from what I've looked into about autogynephilia, that is one of those thought processes that does sort of it falls apart when you actually like look at it in a very intense way. Because I think the question of, well, do cis women have AGP is probably a really good question, because I think when you actually think about, okay, are cis women getting sexually turned on by looking at themselves? um you have to have this conversation about, in general, what is it about femininity specifically that makes it so that when people are attracted to their feminine selves, themselves in a feminine way, that it makes it this sort of like disorder of some sort. Like, what I think that it's one of those things that doesn't exactly hold up to muster, and from my understanding kind of does have a lot of root in transphobia. But there is something to be said about that very particular thing, that very specific thing, where you have people who are very much presenting themselves as the people who they want to have sex with. But that's also the same thing that I can say about a lot of queer folks who, there's always a joke that's
Mhm.
made when you see two gay men together who look like twins, and it's like, what, they're dating the people that look like them. Is that a form of a similar type of thing? You know what I mean? Like,
Mhm.
I don't know. I don't know.
Honestly, when somebody mentioned can cis women be AGPs, right? Honestly, whenever I say AGP or talk about autogynephilia, I feel like I'm leaning heavily into TERF rhetoric, and
Yeah.
I really want to, but it feels relevant to this conversation, and it might be one of those rare instances where I do agree with TERF ideology, right? But when someone mentioned cis women being autogynephiles, I thought to myself, I believe that if a cis woman were to feel sexually empowered by her femininity, then that's awesome. Even though it might like kind of lean into like girl boss feminism, or this idea that by leaning into the thing that oppresses so many other people, something that might benefit the men watching, that's not really empowering. But I think as a form of gender expression in cis women, it should be more than fine. But um, at the same time, if we're talking about a situation where a cis woman is an autogynephile because they sexualize characteristics of women, especially when those characteristics can be linked to children, I believe that that's problematic, because that just ties in back to the misogyny and pedophilia we were talking about earlier. This idea that as a cis woman, you find things like skirts and socks and underwear sexual to the point where you would want to sexualize them. When in reality, I believe we should stop sexualizing all basic clothing. I
Hmm.
believe that we should stop sexualizing these concepts, especially because we live in a society where, oops, my bad, 15-minute call limit. Is that a thing?
I didn't know it was a thing, but I probably should have a call time limit. I probably should.
My,
But I think I did have one forever. I think I like weeks and weeks and weeks ago. I said, "Oh yeah, everyone only 15 minutes," but I was not. I didn't even know it had been 15 minutes, honestly.
all right, well then I'll make this short. So there was one other thing I wanted to mention, and it's kind of in line with this stuff. Just because when I go out in public, it's most likely that I'm perceived as a woman, right? And
Hmm.
yesterday was Halloween, so or no, 2 days ago it was Halloween, and me and my boyfriend went to a pumpkin patch together. Um, I picked out a really cute costume. I was basically going to be like a French maid, and it was like a baby pink one, right? And I loved the outfit a lot. I thought that it was super cute, right? Um, but as I walked around wearing it, I realized that I was getting sexualized a lot while wearing it. And that honestly made me sad enough to the point where I asked for his jacket and then zipped it all up, right?
Mhm.
And it was, he was probably suffering in that like cold weather, but it's so unfair, this idea that these simple aspects of clothing or a cute Halloween costume would be enough for someone to want to sexualize you. And every single time that I stepped away with my boyfriend or I stepped away from my boyfriend for any reason, um, he would just like, or no, not he. Every time I stepped away from my boyfriend, I would get like catcalled or harassed or stared at creepily. And it was frustrating because it's like, for me, it's a simple outfit. For me, it's a costume that I wear on Halloween, something that I was excited to wear and I put it on and I took photos and it was nice. But for other people, it's this purely sexual experience. And who knows what would have happened if I, as a trans feminine person, posted that online. If I were to post that online, would people feel emboldened to leave those sissification cross-dresser comments? Because without even realizing it, I purchased a maid outfit because I thought it would be cute. And that's something that people are constantly wearing for sexual purposes. I feel like this concept that you would over sexualize femininity and treat it as this taboo secret and almost create this semblance of femininity is a paradigm to how much you can pleasure men, right?
Mhm.
Um, all of it in tandem, I don't think anybody should be comfortable with. Now, obviously, I can't kink shame in certain instances, but I can hold true to my core beliefs as a feminist or a womanist, right? Which is that it is misogynistic and I do not like misogyny, therefore, I do not want misogynistic things to occur. Um, when it comes to things like race play and cross dressing and all of these things, obviously I can't tell people what to do. I can't tell people whatever. Um, Obviously it's their lives and we only live so long, so I can't tell somebody what to do. And yet sometimes I wish I could help them to at least understand it might be pleasurable for you in this moment, but there are some serious implications that lead to other people suffering.
Mhm. Yeah. Well, I appreciate you calling in and giving us your perspective. It was very valuable. We've got 9 people on the line, so I'm going to take another call, but thank you for calling in.
All right. I just wanted to say really quick. Um, it's crazy hearing you speak back to me because
Aw.
I the content for the past couple years, and I would attribute you to being one of the main people that helped me to come out. Um, Seeing Black trans women on the internet, especially speaking about the things that you speak about, is very few and far between. And I think that your existence helped me a lot because even before I transitioned, while I was in high school, middle school, I would tune into every single one of your videos. So it's crazy to
Aw.
actually be able to talk.
Oh, well, thank you for
Um,
supporting me. It means a lot.
all right, bye.
Bye. So, just before I take the next call, I know that there's going to be a lot of people who want to talk about autogynephilia. I have not shit, girl, someone knocked on my door. I have not researched it enough to be feel like I've got my full understanding of all the things. So I'm probably not going to be able to talk too much about it. I do think that autogynephilia is kind of from what I've looked at, it's very someone said earlier that it's a very heteronormative thing, and that's kind of how I sort of look at it. Um I sort of look at it like, you know, the framework of it on its own kind of isn't, because of course what it's trying to sort of say is that it's creepy for someone to be um turned on by themselves, and that this is rooted in fetishism, and therefore it cannot be related to gender identity. But I know so many cis women who are only attracted to women who dress the way that they find the most sexually attractive, and that's not pathologized in the way that similar actions done by trans women or done by trans people in general is. And I think that's kind of that's kind of that's an issue. That's an issue. But yeah, I don't love this idea of making transgender women feel guilty for doing things that, people who aren't transgender women do all the time. That just sort of seems strange to me. Um, but anyway, I'm going to take the next call with that in mind. Thank you, Laquette, for getting people in the comment for moderating. I see that you're doing a good job with that. Anyway, I'm going to be quiet and then take the next call. Oh, also, I wanted to mention, I really, really apologize. I meant to say this earlier. I really, really, really apologize to the first two people who called in, because what I was fucking up on, I don't know if you could tell, I was thinking that there was issues. I kept clicking down the answer button, which meant that I hung up on the first, like I hung up and then I answered, then I hung up, then I answered, then I hung up twice. So there were two people who were literally like the first people to call in, but I accidentally hung up on them, and I'm so sorry for that. I feel really bad about that. So I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Anyway, I'll be quiet and then I'll take the next call. I clicked on it. See, now I'm being sheepish because I clicked on it and then it didn't go through. And now I'm worried that if I click on it again, it's going to hang up. I'm not a boomer with tech. It's literally this app just updated and it sucks. Also, I'm using my iPhone. Every time I do this, I have to complain about my iPhone because I fucking hate my iPhone. Anyway. Hello.
Hello.
Hi there. Who am I speaking to and what is your true tea about this week's topic?
Hey, my name is Jamie, and oh, sorry, there's a delay on stream. I didn't realize it's live already. Anyway,
Yes, we're live. But I can edit
yeah,
shit out. Don't worry.
you can hear me okay?
I can. I feel like you're a little far away from the phone, but I can hear you.
Okay, excellent. Yeah, so my name is Jamie. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm a huge fan of your videos. I just want to say I think they're incredibly insightful, and I find myself agreeing with everything you say. And as I'm sure you can tell by my non-passing and super nervous voice, I'm trans, and it took me a while to realize it. I'm 20 years old, and I only really started to realize it about a year ago, and that's because for the longest time I considered myself a cross-dresser. I never really considered myself a sissy, but I definitely um, shared and continue to share a lot of kink. What's that? I'm sorry.
Oh, I didn't say anything. I'm listening.
Oh, okay. Sorry, the stream is confusing. I need to close this tab.
Oh yeah,
Anyway,
probably.
yeah. Well, I guess I'll cut to the chase. Basically, the caller before me, and what you just said, by the way, about autogynephilia, I thought was very very correct. I really agree with every word you said. But the caller before me, funny enough, actually, the one who was talking about when she was talking about autogynephilia, I was actually the one in the comments who replied to her in the chat and basically voiced my disagreement with the existence of autogynephilia, pretty much for the same reasons you said, that it doesn't apply very well when you realize that it is a feeling shared among all kinds of people, not just some trans women. And it is also a feeling that I would say I have as well. I do find myself sexually attractive when I dress in a way that I consider sexy. And it's such a stigmatized thing, even though other people are the exact, or who cis, trans, or otherwise, do it anyway. And I think removing that stigma would be helpful to a lot of people, and I think it's rooted in a lot of internalized homophobia, misogyny, and transphobia, and it's I'm still getting over it. It's still very difficult for me to work that out. I think it's a common story you'll hear from trans women who are also attracted to women, and I think that one thing I noticed when I was questioning my identity and when I was trying to find people like me to ask questions and understand myself, I realized that all these terms, femboy, sissy, crossdresser, they're all similar, and a lot of them share similar interests, similar feelings, similar kinks, whatever it is. But they're still kind of different communities, and I couldn't really explain to you how, but there are very very subtle differences, and you see them pop up culturally as well outside of those communities, especially like femboy memes, etc. You'll notice they're very different than the sissy memes that you were looking at earlier. And I just think basically all of us assigned male at birth people who now present them are far more similar than we are different. And you mentioned something earlier about what was it? It was like cross-dressers and sissies being super discreet, basically. And I've noticed that so hard, and I really it disappoints me more than anything. And I think that is evidence of a lot of the internalized bigotry I mentioned earlier. And I wish those people were able to empower themselves and come out of the closet. And I think this will allow them to challenge their biases and move past their misogyny. And I think we have a long way to go. But I have a lot of hope. And I think we're like, with all this, like gender theory, I think we're in like the infantile stages of understanding each other.
Yeah.
And I hope we can make a lot of progress.
Yeah, I would say
I
that a
think
lot of these conversations are sloppy because we're still sort of figuring out how to have them. And I know that when you draw these delineations between groups, people can often feel kind of alienated by that because you're sort of trying to say you have to be this to be that, that to be this, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But with that in mind, I have two questions about based on things that you said. You said that you at one point identified as a cross-dresser, but now are identified as a transgender woman. And then you also later said that these different groups of basically people who are designated male as at birth, who are expressing experimenting with femininity, etc. They're more similar than they are different. So now I'm kind of curious what those words mean for you and what you meant by that particular statement, because my annoyance with a lot of the stuff I'm talking about is the line that is often drawn between myself and somebody who IDs as a cross-dresser. Like, I remember when I was especially a younger trans person, it would piss me off listening to these people who 100% identify as men but dress femininely behind their wife's back, um, saying that we are similar or the same. As I was a person who literally gave up so many semblances of normalcy to be myself, and then you had this person who is hiding themselves, who wasn't comfortable going through all of that shit to be like me, saying that they are like me. Um, and so I guess I'm very curious what you meant by that, and how you label yourself now and how you labeled yourself then. Because like I said, I know that cross dressers are not all the same, nor do they hold the same sort of ideas. But I can definitely understand how, like, a person who is just kind of discovering that they are perhaps experiencing gender dysphoria and trying to explore gender privately, I could sort of see how that person might immediately call them, or initially rather, call themselves a cross-dresser. So I'm curious if that was your case, or how you sort of positioned it in your mind.
Yeah. Jesus, there's a lot to respond to there.
I know it's a long question.
Yeah, I guess before I start to forget it, what I just want to clarify what I meant when I said we're more similar than different.
Hmm.
What I meant by that is I believe that the reason we have these, massively intersectional problems with all these different, let's just say like femme presenting groups of any kind, is that it all traces back to um, misogyny and transphobia and homophobia, and it's all been intertwined and resulted in these fetishizations coming about in the first place. And
Mm.
I don't think there's any getting rid of them. I know, from at least for me, that my kinks, my interests are deeply intertwined as part of who I am, and I believe that you can practice them ethically. I don't to be honest, I don't remember. I haven't watched your videos in a hot second, but I think you've talked about similar things. But that's all I meant. That I think all of this, the reason we have all these problems with these groups is because it traces back to the same problem. And to answer your question about myself personally, it's a long story that I'm still trying to put into words. But I started out like at the age of like at a very young age, like finding like quote unquote, women's clothing to be attractive, and I to find myself attractive, imagining myself as being, female, and I kept it in that place, and I thought it was so wrong and perverted, and I never got any help. As a kid, I told my dad like about this, like I have these weird feelings, like what's going on. He didn't do anything about it. I should have, seen someone and talked to someone. I didn't even know that trans people existed until I was like maybe 16. And then even then, I didn't know any trans people until I went to college just like 2 years ago. And then at that point, I started to realize that the the pleasure I derive from femininity um, isn't just like arousal. So much of it is that I find genuine euphoria in being feminine and presenting femme. And I realized that what I was going through was but my identity was more of a phase. In fact, I've heard about this from friends both online and in person, is that many trans femme people who um, you might, I don't think it exists, but you might consider AGP, or who are attracted to women or themselves, etc., go through a sissy phase. And, it's kind of silly when I think back on it, because, I mean, like you said, like, I think a good, like, 90% of, like, sissies are, like, 60-year-old, like, men who, like, are never going to come out of the closet and have, these very, lean very strongly into the kink, and so much of it is different than what I, I realize I actually like and enjoy,
Mm.
and I really don't identify it with all anymore. But it was a massive part in my journey, and I just wanted to say that I think that's a valid thing, because I have friends who are the same way, and I think they're incredible people, and I think I should finally be able to afford myself the same validation, so I can live live accepting of myself.
Mm. It's so interesting because I guess like like they're like it's kind of interesting because for me, I remember when I was very young, I remember feeling wrong for wanting to wear certain things. Um but I was never, I mean, I was never excited about it in that way. Um and so it's so interesting, but I'm very monosexual, so that's probably why. But um it's interesting because I think that someone earlier in the chat was saying that gender euphoria is not autogynephilia. um and again, I'm still unpicking my own understanding of that and of what autogynephilia
Hmm.
actually means. But it's an interesting thing to hear you say that so many transgender women go through a sissy phase. I don't know if I know many trans women like that, but I'm not saying it's not true. That's why we're having these conversations. Everyone has a different experience and path. And I think, we all, to understand each other, have to talk about it. Um, but it's so interesting to me because I guess I have a hard time. I understand the path of this thing is so taboo. We've been told that this is something we shouldn't do, so therefore it's interesting to us, and how nice it could feel to finally maybe do that thing, and do it confidently. Um, and obviously, if you were designated male at birth, you probably were from day one told you can't dress and act and walk and talk a certain way. And I could definitely see how that turns into a sissy fetish. I'm just so curious how it goes from there to understanding yourself as a transgender woman. Um,
Okay. Okay.
but I'm curious, I guess we'll
Yeah.
have to,
Yeah.
I just want to keep talking about that in order for me to understand it. Cause I guess like when
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
think of gender
Sorry. Yeah.
euphoria, I think, um, I think it's just about being confident in myself, and to the point where I'm barely even thinking of gender. But then again, I'm also a very binary trans person, so that's probably part of it. Um, you know.
Yeah. I, I I went through a lot of questioning, and
Mhm.
I mean, I was wearing like dresses and skirts, growing out my hair, doing makeup, doing a full femme presentation, in person, like shopping Goodwill. I love thrift shopping and stuff like that. The little things in life get me, but like I I still identified even then. This was just a year ago. Um,
Mhm.
as a crossdresser, I could not afford myself the identity of transgender woman because of my attraction, like A, to myself as a feminine person, but like
Mhm.
B, to other women. I thought like, being transient is the most, I'm sorry, like perverted and disgusting thing ever. And I could not permit the existence of myself as such.
Mm.
Um, and it's taken me a while to get past that because I'm not hurting anybody. I certainly am not trying to perpetuate any kind of harmful stereotype, and I don't present, like again, I don't think we should be policing people's presentation. But I don't present in a way that's intended to mock anybody either. And I
Mhm.
mean, to actually answer your question, how did I make the I guess the transition from identifying as a crossdresser to a trans woman is that there's this small YouTuber, I don't even remember the name, but I don't know why it was this person. I don't know why it wasn't like Consequence or someone, but something that like the bigger leftist YouTubers won't tell you is I guess like what exactly you know um the mark is to be trans. And because who should say, who should be the one to say, right? We shouldn't be restricting people as such. I don't think so. But I heard this small YouTuber phrase it, put it this way, and this it really resonated with me. Was the button? If you could have a button and press it and instantly become, you know, like female in every single way, would you do it? And I thought about it, and I was like, oh yeah, in a heartbeat. And
Mhm.
I realized that I only live once. And if I have the choice, if you can be trans in this society, if that's socially acceptable, I'm not going to get fucking killed for it,
Mhm.
then I am definitely going to do it with this one life that I have on this planet.
Mhm. Yeah, I mean
And
that
I
makes
mean, and,
sense.
and about
Go
one
on.
more thing before I forget, you mentioned euphoria is not autogynephilia. Again, I don't think autogynephilia exists, but I do agree with that. And I want to say that my euphoric feelings come from a different place, believe it or not, than my arousal
Mm.
for femininity, right?
Mm.
Um, it's it's it comes like I just get happy. Like my face just like lights up when someone says, "Oh, like you look so cute today. I love that dress," or anything like that.
Mhm.
And it's just so it's like nothing I've ever felt before. And
Mm.
I see such a future for myself as a trans woman.
Mm. That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. Well, I'm going to take the next caller, but thank you so much for calling in and giving me your perspective. I really appreciate it. It's definitely a vital part of the conversation.
Yeah, thank you for having me. It was something I think I really needed to do. And, you know, you keep doing you. I'll always be a huge fan.
Oh, thank you. I really appreciate it. All right.
Hmm.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. So we've got um 13 people on the line. And I'm just going to reiterate that if you have called in recently, it will probably be a very long time until I get to you, because I believe the way that these calls work is they go in order. And so I apologize for that ahead of time. I'm going to be here for a while. Probably I don't know how long we're going to be here, but I'm going to try to be mindful about how long the following calls go, because I have not been being good about sort of seeing how long these I haven't been good at seeing how long we've been on each call. So I guess I'm going to start doing that. Let me pull up my clock actually, just so I can start being more mindful, because we have a lot of calls and I know there's a lot of people who want to call in, and I don't want to make people wait too long, but I know that um, we there's a tendency for this to go long. So um, all right. So what else did I want to say? I'll just be quiet and take the next call. I just want to let people know um, you know, that sort of thing. Also, as a side note, if you're watching this and you think you're probably not going to be here for the whole thing, these shows are archived on my Patreon. If you don't want to jump on my Patreon because you hate me and you hate, being able to, feed me, um, I don't actually feel that way. But if you don't want to be on my Patreon, copy the link now, copy it, bookmark it, add this to your like watch later or something. Because this video will be unlisted as we get towards the end of the show. So like I'm just letting you know if you want to get around it. Um Copy the link now, because this will be hidden later. All right. Anyway, I'm gonna be quiet and then we're gonna take the next call. Hello.
Hello.
Hi there. Who am I speaking to and what is your true tea?
Oh, hi. I'm Andy Robinson. I'm from Massachusetts. How are you doing?
Hey there. I'm doing good. My family's from Massachusetts.
Oh, that's cool. But so I was actually the pop culture guru who sent that thing. I didn't know sometimes when you like send money, like they'll like put you to the top of the list, which I had no problem doing. But
Mm,
I'm glad I got a shot to
yeah. You're caller number 3. So
come on
that
in.
that you popped up
Uh,
way quicker. So maybe it is randomized.
yeah. Um, but what I wanted to speak about was this when you were talking at the beginning of the show, you were like, oh, how come like when a cis woman, like a particularly, well, if you remove race, but you can add race into it too, but like when a cis woman says, like, I don't want to do certain things with men, like, I don't like feminine men, or like it's deemed as like, okay, like she can say, like, I want a masculine man, I want a man who provides all that stuff that's like considered standard and normal. But like when a marginalized person, I guess, says, like, oh, I'm not into that. Oh, I'm not like, that's not my thing. It's like, oh, how dare you it's like, how dare you be marginalized and like have like standards, I guess. Like,
Hmm.
I don't know. Like, I kind of like resonate with that because like I'm a black gay man. Like, I consider myself like feminine. Like, I'm not, I'm like, like when you're black, you're automatically seen as like masculine, whether you're a man or a woman. But like, I consider myself like a feminine gay man. And like, when I say like, I'm not into that. Oh, I'm not into penetration. Like, I don't want to be a top. I want to be a bottom. Oh, I'm not into like receiving fellatio. Like, gay men are like, oh, like, how dare you? Like, you're gay. Like, you're supposed to be open minded. And it's like, I always say you don't tell straight men to get pegged by their wives. So why do I have to do what I want to do? Like, why do I have to, just because I'm gay? It's almost like when you're gay, like it's a free for all, and when you're straight, it's not. And I will say, like, of course, like there is, like, when you are a part of the LGBT community, there is more room for, like, just trying new things and not being so heteronormative. But there are people who are like, I'm not into certain things, and that is okay. Like, I kind of hate how, like, in one instance, like, there's this idea of like sexual autonomy in the gay community, and like, oh, like, we're very like, we're against pedophilia, we're against rape, we're against all those things. But then it's like, we're also like, oh, you're gay, you should not be, holding to hetero ideals. And it's like, that's just not what I want to do. Like, and that makes me, a self-hating gay man. Then I guess that's just
He's like, I guess
what I'll
that's
be.
me. I guess I hate
That's
myself.
like, that's just what I'll be like. And gay men like hate the fact that's like, oh, like you don't like this, and it's like, but you don't hold other people to this same standard. Like, straight people, you allow straight people to have these standards, and like, yes, we critique them, but for the most part, like, the structures are still there. But it's like, when it's gay or when it's trans, it's like, oh, everything is just out there, everything should be accepted. And it's like, me saying that I don't want to do something is not saying that it's bad for someone else to do it. And I think sometimes there's like this like disconnect with that
Yeah.
when it comes to like gay people and like transgender people. It's like, oh, you should just accept everything. You should be open to everything. And it's like, that's just not what I'm into. Like, sorry that I have sexual autonomy. Like, just because I'm gay doesn't mean I want to do everything. Like, and that's okay. Like, maybe you should go find someone who's gay and wants to do what you do. Like, it's perfectly fine. But yeah, and I also wanted to say the thing about when you were like cross dressing and femboys. So this is not like politically correct, but like, I have like a thing where it's like, I like being feminine. I like reading stories and seeing shows where it's like a feminine gay man with a masculine gay man. I do like that, like, alpha beta dichotomy. I do feel like there's this thing of like, when you were talking about how like femininity is like, the root of it is misogyny. And I always say like misogyny and homophobia are linked. So like misogyny is the stigmatization, the degradation, the second class citizenship of like women or like anything being feminine. So that's like misogyny. And I think homophobia is like men who act like women, basically. Like, if you're a man and you do anything that is associated with a woman or femininity in general, that is like, that's the stigma, that's the shame. And I feel like that's why like a lot of the masculine, not the like the stereotypical cis het like straight men, they understand that. They understand that they can't, if they want to have it both ways. They want to be like these like upstanding like traditional masculine alpha men, but like, behind closed doors, they're not comfortable enough, because we don't live in society for them to be open and play in femininity and gender expression. But I think what gets me upset is like, you can't have it both ways, because like you said, the same men, masculine, cisgender men who play in femininity and want to dress up like girl, like, stereotypical girls, are the same men that bully you in school, that call you all types of faggots and bitches and whores. So it's like, you want to have your cake and eat it too. And it kind of makes people like me, and I'm assuming people like you, like, upset. It's like, you get to play basically in my identity. So it's like, it's kind of like that gay, like a lot of gay men don't like that gay for pay. The straight men who pretend to be gay because, gay men are just, we got a lot of work to do. So we're just obsessed with straight men. So like, there's this, that, oh, I'm gay for a check, and then I get to withdraw. I get to go back into hetero society and, still get my praise and and I can say, oh, girl, it was for a check.
Well,
But
I mean,
when
it's
a
also
gay
like,
person,
as a male sex worker, it's very hard to make money trying to appeal to an audience of women. So I know that there are a lot of men who are straight who will do the gay for pay shit because that just
Right.
pays them better. You know,
Mhm.
men are usually the ones watching them specifically. So I know that that's
Mhm.
part of it.
Yeah, but there is also like it can be aggravating because it's
Mhm.
like I remember I'm gay and my brothers are straight, and I would always say like, why is it that when you guys like it's okay for a straight man to like be homoerotic and to like slap each other's butts and this for this performance of dominance over each other, that's like fine, that's okay, that's like just what guys do, but like when someone's like actually gay or when someone's actually trans, like it's not a joke, it's not a trend, it's not something that reflects when it's like your identity, that's
Mhm.
when it's like, oh, you're doing too much. And like my brother would say, like, oh, that's because we're joking. So it's
Mhm.
almost like being gay, being feminine, being anything that's not a cis het masculine man, and that's like considered a joke.
Yeah.
Like it's not taken seriously. And the moment that you're like, no, I'm actually like gay, no, I'm actually like into like, having sex with men, it's like, oh, like you're serious? It's kind of like everybody, like it's okay for Martin Lawrence and Will Smith and Steve Harvey and like Eddie Murphy to dress up as women in their comics, but those same people hate Little Nas X. It's like it's okay to be a caricature, but it's not okay when it's like, your actual like identity
Mhm.
and like who you want to be in who you want, how you want to show up, how you want to be. It's just really like interesting, like the double standards when it comes to like gay people living in their truth and like straight people or cis people like being able to dip in and dip out of like queerness or like just sexual ambiguity. Like it's just like we don't get those same standards. I don't know if like you agree on that, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so it's interesting because, like, one of I've often said this is a totally different conversation. Who knows? Maybe the next topic for our show, even though I know it would be a shit show. But one of the most interesting aspects of the you're transphobic for not wanting to have sex with a trans person discourse is this idea that wanting to have sex with a trans person would make you less transphobic. Because in my personal experience, some of the most deeply and aggressively
Right.
transphobic people that I've ever known have been people that I've either had sex with or have wanted to have sex with me. Um,
Yeah.
and it turns out that a fair amount of those people are also people who are cross dressers. Um,
Mhm.
and so for me, it's it is interesting to sort of interact with people like that because a lot of the arguments that I have had with cross dressers kind of do relate to them looking down on me because I'm a trans woman. Meanwhile, they're essentially attempting to be me, you know. Um,
Right.
and it is kind
Exactly.
of a weird thing where you've got these people who are just dipping their feet right into transphobia, but
Mhm.
somehow some way, I'm supposed to um be tolerant or accepting to them because of X, Y, Z, Z, Y, and X. And like I said, I think this conversation is probably hard to understand if you haven't been in these situations, but I've had so many caustic conversations with cross dressers about this shit, and it really gets me. Like I remember one of the early arguments I had with a cross dresser was I was in a position in life where I was very destitute and struggling, and I always needed someone to come and help me. And we got into this whole fucking argument where he was like, at your age, I had this, I had that, I had a car, I had a job, I had this. Somebody who was in their fucking 60s at the time, you know,
Mhm.
um, and I'm sitting over here like, okay, you had all that, but you were and still are a man. And
Right.
present your
A
day
white
in your
man.
daily
A
life
white
in that
straight
way.
man. Like
Like, and you're a white man on top of that. And it's like, okay, so like, yeah, you had all that shit. I'm glad. Good for you. But especially back then, especially, at that particular phase of my life, um, you know, this was 2009, I want to say. People really weren't having the conversations that they were having now about being transgender. So there was
mhm.
less than no support. um So it's a little frustrating for me to like have this stupid argument about, well, when I was your age, I had this, and that, and this. And it's like, okay, but you had that because because you were able to move through this world as a man, you know,
Right.
and
As especially as like a man who is like gender who you like a cis man, like
mhm,
a cis masculine, like you adhere to all of like the rules. The
mhm,
problem is when cis men don't follow the rules. So it's like you want to be a product because what? Because you are the status quo. Like it's interesting. It's like they judge us like, oh, you should be where I'm at, but it's like you would last two. You won't wear the skirt in public. So you
mhm.
clearly understand how this system works. Like you
Yeah,
understand the powers that be. You understand the racism, the transphobia, the sexism, the
enough to
homophobia. You
hide
understand
yourself.
it. But you choose, and I don't shame like DL men. I don't shame them because we live in a world where when the straight folks want you to come out, but then when you come out, it's the kids and oh my gosh, what are we gonna do? So it's like
Mhm.
I don't shame DL, I don't shame men for being in the closet,
And,
and
and you know what? Neither do I. Up to the point where they start telling me how I need
yeah,
to live my life. Because I'm like, all right,
when they start when they start like, oh, you're doing too much, and I'm like, but I've done what you're doing. I've done 10 years ago. So it's
yeah,
like you stay you can be in the closet. I'm never gonna tell you come out because it takes guts and it takes real bravery to come out and be authentically who you are. But it's like you have the privilege of like jumping back in worlds. I don't. So like
yeah,
stay in your lane,
yeah.
you be you and I'll be me, but don't critique me and say like, oh, the stuff that they usually say about us, or we're
Mhm.
doing too much, we're too feminine. And it's like, but you ain't come out the closet. So
Yeah.
it's like you're not living your truth, but you're upset. And I feel like that's a lot of the issue is that a lot of undercover cross-dressers, gay men, men who are not, who don't meet the status quo, they get upset at the fact that it's like, how dare you living your truth. Like they're
Mhm.
mad. And I understand, girl, I understand that it's hard out here. But like don't get mad at me because I had the guts to live in my truth. Don't critique me because I had the guts to do what you could never do.
Mhm.
And don't put me down. And especially if you're white or if you're rich or
Mhm.
anything like
Especially if
that,
you're white. No, no shade to my
like
white
don't
brothers and
ever
sisters, but especially if you're white,
please
I don't want to hear
please
it.
don't. I definitely don't want to hear it because, of course, we understand that it's like homophobia is different when you're white than when you're black, like,
Mhm.
or when you're when you're homophobia, it shows up differently when you like not like white folks are homophobic. Like I've dead the idea that like black people are more homophobic than white people because like white people like created the system, black people just exist within it. But like it's definitely like a different level of like when you are a visibly black person, there's not just gender, but there's racial elements that you have to play up. So like
Mhm.
it's different than when you're like a white, homo gay or trans person. Like it's very, very different. And so I also just like quickly wanted to speak on that when it comes to like the sissification. It's like I feel like the sissification, the femboy is kind of like the white feminism just for like gays because like sissy when you type in sissy you don't see black folks like you don't see black people in the sissy like
And
archetype
you really don't, and that's so interesting. I've
you see whiteness,
most
you
of the
see white boys.
sissies, most of the cross dressers that I've known have been white, have
Yes,
absolutely been
and that's
white.
because of the idea. That's because of like because remember they're trying to replicate like white femininity. Like a white
Mhm.
man is supposed to be like strong and masculine. So like their idea of like sissification is just like acting like a woman. And I like that analogy. It was like, why is you putting on a skirt and maybe some heels? Like why? Because you're a man, all of a sudden you're a dirty bitch slut whore. But like your mom just wore that to the club the other day. So it's like you wouldn't call your mother that per se.
Mhm.
So it's like this idea that like femininity, anytime a person's feminine, particularly if a black man is feminine, it's like the worst thing on earth. Like the worst thing a man can be is like you said, a woman or feminine. Like
Yeah.
we will accept pedophiles, we'll accept murderers, we'll accept crackheads, we'll accept all types of stuff.
Mhm.
like the worst thing a masculine patriarchal man can be is like a woman. And like
Yeah.
it's just like the way that we speak, even as gay and trans people, we subconsciously think the same way of like gender presentation. If you are gonna be an alpha person, if you are gonna be masculine, how are you supposed to like show up as that? Like I'm not
Mhm.
gonna sit here and lie and say I still have like work to do and like changing my definition of like what a masculine person should be. Like, does it have to be just a physical? Like I still want a man who's emotionally intelligent, who's financially intelligent, who can say, "Oh, I don't know how to do something. Let me go get help." Like, it's not all about just brute strength. But that's unfortunately like in these communities, that's what's seen as like attractive. Like you
Mhm.
just being able to be dominant, you just being able to dominate somebody. And it's also interesting how like we still view like men who get penetrated like women. Like it's like this idea that like if a woman breathes and then like a man breathes as well, he'll be considered like feminine. If you get what I
Mhm.
mean, it's like this idea of like just anything that's feminized is deemed as less than, is deemed as like sub, abnormal. It's kind of like how like gender neutral. Gender neutral to me, I always feel like gender neutral always leans more on the masculine side. Like it's
Mhm.
almost like femininity is for women and masculinity can be for everybody. You know,
Mhm.
like if you are like it's like how should I put this? Like for instance, like when you see gender neutral clothing, it's like the unit of measure for gender neutral. If a man
Generally
if a
masculine,
man
yeah.
is allowed to wear, what'd you say?
It's generally masculine or like what we would associate with masculine. It's like it's like shirts and pants and not dresses or flowy things, really.
Dresses, skirt, exactly. It's like this idea of like if a man can wear it. If a woman can wear it, then it has to be feminine. It's like femininity is like it's very, very, narrow
Yeah.
and not narrow, but femininity can be like everything. But masculinity is like very, very, very secular, very narrow.
Yeah.
And so it's just interesting, like having these conversations about what is feminine, what is masculine, and like at the end of the day, like I hate when people are like, "Oh, that's not feminine, that's not masculine." It's like I understand that we want to break these systems down, we want to progress, but we're not going to sit here and act like a man in a skirt is quote unquote like normal, like in American Western society. Like I'm not talking about in Ireland, like I'm not talking about like what they do with Africa. I'm talking about in America, like what is considered feminine, what is considered masculine, and like let's not be naive about those things. And like sometimes I do feel like, and like the people know what it is. The men that do these things, even the straight women, they know that if society knew that they were, pegging their man, eating their man out, doing these things that are taboo in terms of like hyper masculine sexuality, they know that society would judge them. People understand how the world works. They just they want to have their cake and eat it too, which must be nice because like people like me, people like you, we don't get those privileges. We don't get to dip in and dip out and
Yeah.
decide when we want to show up because our pure existence is like a threat to the system.
Mhm.
And I know you always I know you always speak on like this idea that like because you're black, there's this expectation for you to always be like dominant. And
Mhm.
not to say that like being a woman, like you don't have the right to be dominant, but I know I've listened to a lot of your like podcasts and videos, and there's this idea that like a white woman can decide if she wants to be dominant, masculine, like she gets that space
Mhm.
to be, varied and versatile. When you're black, especially when you're a black trans woman, there's only one like there's only one thing you can be, and it's kind of the same for like the BBC guys, even though it's
Mhm.
like privileged times, they're men, but you don't see black femmes in like these communities a lot. Like if you're a black femme, it's like you're outcast because femininity is seen through a white gaze,
Yeah.
you know.
And if you're black, you
So it's like
can't be
you're never
feminine.
allowed.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you're black, it's like you have to be hyper masculine because that's that racial like stereotype, like you have to have a 10-inch dick and you have to have this brute force. And I'm not gonna lie, like I don't have a problem. I personally don't have a problem like with that within like the four walls of people's homes. If that's what you like, I don't yuck other people's yum. I don't have a problem with that. I just feel like it's a problem when it kind of seeps into like society and structurally,
Mhm.
like those type of racist things. That's where I'm like, okay, we can't do that. But like, I don't have, I have no problem like seeing like black men topping like white boys and all that kind of stuff. Like that doesn't bother me. I think that people have the right to explore and do what they want. But I also just wish that people were like honest about how like these systems work and how like people like us are just disadvantaged in those systems. And
Yeah.
I'm gonna go because I know you have a lot of other people, but I just wanted to say about the I forget what it was, the ABD thing. I agree with you at this idea of like why is it when it's a trans person, oh you, it's like a problem for you to be like ultra feminine and like, but like cis women do it all the time. Like cis women literally like dress up in heels and do their hair and want to be seen as attractive to men, and
Mhm.
that scene is great. That's actually what they're supposed to do. And if you don't do it as a cis woman, then your value in society, you move down in the hierarchy. But when you're a trans woman, it's like, oh, you're doing too much. Oh, you're too boastful. You're too cocky. It's like, but like cis people do that all the time. Like cis people perform for the opposite. Cis straight people, perform for the opposite gender all the time, and no one says it's a performance. No one says it's an issue. But when you're gay or when you're trans, all of a sudden it's, oh, you shouldn't do that. And I think it's just like they're trying to like not gatekeep, but like just trying to like call us out on stuff. Like they don't want us. I guess you could say gay. Like they don't want us to do the same thing that they do because then it would like normalize us. I guess it would like
Mhm.
be like a lot of callers said, it would make us more similar than different. Because remember, when you're gay, when you're trans, it's all about sex. It's all about
Mhm.
like it's not like they say that like straight people love and fall in love and gay people have sex. It's that
Mhm.
thing. It's like it's normal. And so when we start to do the same things that straight people do, it blurs that line of like what is considered normalcy. But
Mhm.
that was my little like thing. I really do love you. I
Aw.
support you. I think you are great representation and not because like no, I'm not feeding into like respectability politics. I'm just saying like I think that you are a great representation. Seeing you and like Laverne Cox and Janet Mock and all of these Amaya Scott and all these beautiful black trans women like just introducing themselves into popular culture and speaking up for yourself. I really just admire it as a gay man. I know for me, like it took me a while to see myself on TV and like in popular culture. So I know like other black and brown trans women of color definitely like view you like others the same way. So I really do support you, and I thank
Aw.
you for having these conversations, and I thank you for pushing the envelope. I think that like you don't just like sit on like being pretty and like just being like acceptable by men and like all that stuff. You push conversations. I love that you talk about race. I love you talk about misogyny and like in the intersections of all these identities. I think it's so important. So thank you so much.
Aw. Well, thank you so much for all of that and for calling in and giving me your perspective. I really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
All right.
Bye.
Bye. Oop. Okay. All right. So, I was not good at I was not good at looking at my timer, and so I didn't set off my timer until later, and we definitely went over 15 minutes. But I'm gonna try to be better about that. I'm gonna try to actually measure. So I'm gonna ask for the people on the line. We got 13 people on the line. Try to, if you can, stick to one and at the and at the very very most two topics, just so that we can get multiple callers in. How long girl, we've been here for 2 hours already and we had 3 calls, girl. Oh my god. Okay, so yeah, let's try to stick to 15 minutes, y'all. Just so that we can be better at getting multiple perspectives and such. All right, so I'm gonna be quiet and then we're gonna take the next call. Hello.
Oh my gosh, hi.
Hi
Can you hear me
there.
well?
I can hear you.
Hi. Okay, so hi, first of all, I just wanted to let you know that I love you a
Oh,
lot
thank you.
because I don't okay, so I like see you in YouTube music like in the comments of YouTube all the time and I remember seeing you in under one rerun videos and I was like, "Oh my gosh, she listens to the same music as me." And that was like dope to me.
Yeah, I comment a lot on stuff.
Yeah, I like see you like every other day on the YouTube comment. I'm like, "Oh, okay."
Well, what is your true tea for the topic?
All right, so my name is Z as in zucchini. I use the pronoun he, they, and I am a college student in the University of Minnesota. And I've only recently discovered my sexuality within the last couple of years as a bisexual man, and it has been a lot. I've been fetishized for my race. I've been fetishized for my masculinity and like push towards that, as the last caller has mentioned, like push towards that being masculine, hyper masculinity because I'm a black man, and it was crazy. And I have been I have been with men who cross dress, so I felt like
Mm.
I could speak on the topic a little bit and just share my personal experience with that.
Yeah, I'm very curious because like race play is a very huge aspect of um a lot of the sissification and cross-dressing stuff that I've seen. So I'm very
Hmm.
curious how you've interacted with that. So tell us more.
Yes. So the first time that I experienced race play was with this white bottom who had a black sin and the whole shebang going. So I don't know what in my mind allowed me to continue to go with sleeping with him, but it happened, and it was really wild to me because after we had slept together, he said, "Oh, I only sleep with black men, black tops specifically. Like if you were just a little bit more feminine, I wouldn't have slept with you." And that was just
Wow.
so incredibly weird to me because like this is one of my earliest sexual experiences too. So I was just like, "Oh my gosh, that's crazy
Hmm.
to me." And on the cross dressing thing, I have slept with guys who cross dress, but I've never really like had long term relationships with them or anything like that. And I currently have a sexual partner like who I just call my fuck buddy because that's all we do. Like
Hmm.
you don't have like an actual relationship other than a casual sex. And he cross dresses, but but he doesn't do it in a way that I feel like is disrespectful to women or is misogynistic at all because
Hmm.
he's never told me to call him a sissy or anything like that. We don't do race play or any of those things. He doesn't use she her pronouns. He considers himself just a cis man
Hmm.
who cross dresses or just wears clothes that are typically for women.
Hmm.
And I found that particularly interesting because I have been with men who are like, oh, I'm doing it so that I could be a proper bottom, or I could express my femininity in a better way that is
Mm.
more acceptable for you tops. And I'm like, that okay, that's cool, but like, how does it? What are your true intentions for like doing that? Like, is
Yeah.
it liberating for you, or is it just something that is it like your kink? And whether and I, those things could have potentially been very harmful, and they probably were, but I was just being young and horny and just like didn't care about the morality of that at the moment. But
Yeah.
yeah, I feel like as now that I have a healthy relationship with like these sexual partners that I have, And like, it's because for a while, it got to a point where I didn't want to be fetishized for my race.
Yeah.
So I said, okay, I'm not going to date white people, like, at
Mm.
all.
Amen.
And and I was like doing pretty good with that. But now I'm dating this white girl at my college, and like I feel like because, well, I use the term she's a proper ally, even though that may like be, it may not be the best way to put it,
Mm-hmm.
but I feel like because she hasn't given me any red flags because of my race at all, I feel a lot more comfortable with that. Like, she supports a lot of black people, like black artists, because she's an artist herself. So that was kind of like the first thing that I noticed, because I usually look for those red flags. But
Mm-hmm.
yes, I have had those experiences with race play, and I do have a fuck buddy who cross dresses. So that's just me sharing my tea really quickly.
Well, I appreciate you calling in and sharing. Thank you for telling me about that. It's unfortunate that you've been in situations where you've been fetishized for your race without your consent, but we often can't control how people fetishize us. That's kind of part of the
Hmm.
conversation, because my issue that I've had with cross dressers just has purely been how they fetishize me without my permission. And I want to bang home that we don't really get to control that. That's kind of how it works.
Hmm.
Yeah. Well, thank you for calling in and giving me your perspective. I've got 10 more people on the line, and I think I'm going to take another call. But
Yep.
thank
Yep.
you.
Yeah. Because I know how everyone else felt about the long calls. So I was like, I'm going to be short and sweet. Just going to share my little bitty uh experience as a cop. So I'm just like, okay, you know,
You did a good job. You
that's
were
it.
really good.
All right.
All right. Bye. Yeah, I do think it's important to, there are cross dressers who aren't, dressing that way for anything more than it's how they enjoy dressing, you know. That is kind of a different thing. That's very much a different thing. Um, and not exactly what we're talking about, but yeah. Anyway, let me be quiet and take the next call. Hello.
Hi, Kat.
Hey there. Who am I speaking to, and what is your true tea?
I'm Eric. I use he, they pronouns, and um, I was really excited to see that you were live streaming about this topic today because I've been thinking about this a lot. I'm a male sub, and I'm into femdom, and it's been extremely frustrating to see there is really not a popular iteration of it that is not based in misogyny, homophobia, transphobia, or racism. Like, they are incredibly rampant in how that kink is expressed, like online and IRL, to the point where, like, I am not sure that under the current power structures, a kink like sissification can exist without like intrinsically having those biases.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like I think it's interesting when I was looking at for things to read off earlier. I'm not going to say that it's all misogyny and homophobia, because it isn't, but the misogyny and the homophobia are incredibly easy to locate. They're incredibly easy to find. So yeah, I would love to hear more about your experiences, and if you've had any, like, conversations where you've tried to pursue a femdom, and they wanted to enter into some stuff that you didn't want to, or how that went. Share more of your story with us.
Yeah, so I've only had online conversations. I'm pretty new to the scene, and COVID obviously haven't gotten to do a lot of in-person meetups. Um, but basically, there is this assumption that people cannot be both masculine and submissive, and I
Mm-hmm.
think that's part of why sissification and like cross-dressing is so popular. I think a lot of men, like, with their perception of gender, feel like they need to be like feminized to be properly submissive, especially
Mm.
to be like submissive to a woman. Like, they feel like they can't be inferior to her without being more feminine than her.
Mm.
And because of that, I think a lot of people will instantly assume that if you're submissive, that's something you're into. And I'm a trans man, and I am deeply uncomfortable with any having any feminine language used towards me. And especially like if I have that marked on my profiles, I'm constantly like getting called stuff like not things I'm not super comfortable repeating. But yeah, terms are like fetishizing trans men and specification terms. And yeah, it's just very interesting to me that like there is this assumption that in this power relationship, the person like in the lower position must be more feminine.
You know, it's interesting that you said that, because it's something that honestly should be obvious, but for some reason when you said that, it like connected things for me, because I didn't even really consider the fact that perhaps my reaction to this is very much tied to the fact that I don't look at gender in the way that I'm sure your average cis het man looks at gender, because I don't look at a woman and see more submissive and lesser than, but I can see how especially a cis man, especially a cis het man, could be socialized to sort of see submission as inherently feminine, and thus the only way they could possibly ever be submissive is to in some way be feminine. um that is such an interesting point, because I know several male submissives who are very typically masculine, but I know that there probably are a lot of men who, because of their own conceptions of gender, um they would struggle to sort of see it in a different way. So thank you for pointing that out.
Yeah, that was my only point. So thank you so much for your time.
Yeah, thank you for calling in and giving us your perspective.
Yeah, have a good rest of your day.
Bye, you as well. Awesome. We're getting very brief calls now. I actually forgot to start the timer on that one as well. But that one was pretty, it was like bam. That's just such an interesting point that I hadn't thought of before for some reason. Anyway, I'm gonna be quiet and take the next call. Hello.
Hello. Hi, Kat. I'm Victoria.
Hey, Victoria. What is your true tea?
So I wanted to speak on my experience encountering someone who's a man who was interested in feminization and submission, like femdom.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, tell us more.
So, so a few years ago, I was young, really interested in BDSM. I am sort of femme presenting. I'm, I guess, she/they, and I was interested in basically the idea of pegging. And when speaking to this man, and kind of, I wasn't going in it. It was just for conversation. When trying to understand what he thought about femdom, I started to learn more about his associations with like feminization and pegging. And for him, I remember asking, so what is it about pegging that turns you on? Like, what is that? And he says, well, like the idea was that him being a man, he felt like, I said, hey, is it that you feel humiliated because you are getting pegged by a woman? And he says, yeah. And I said, do you feel humiliation with feminization? And he said, I guess because, there is an element of humiliation being a man getting pegged. And I said, okay, so I'm a woman at the time. I, was saying, hey, I'm a woman, and I foresee myself getting penetrated, perhaps. So does that mean you think that we should feel shame or feel demeaned or, should feel shame for being penetrated. And so he couldn't really give me a straight answer. And at that point, I felt kind of uncomfortable with that, like, dynamic, like uncomfortable with commencing further dialogue, because I realized he needed to work out how he felt about women, about people who want to present as feminine, who want to identify with femininity, because he couldn't remove this hypersexual and, I guess, shamed feeling he got from feminization. And I guess, that's the whole thing. So, yeah, I wanted to share that. It was very strange to kind of come to that, to hear that he in some way felt humiliation in wanting to feel like, in trying to get to learning about gender and how he felt about gender and gender expression. He felt that he needed to, be demeaned and what have you. So,
and
yeah.
being demeaned was like having sex in the way that he imagines a woman has sex.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, it's so interesting, because I think one of the common conversations we have when we talk about kinks and exploring kinks is, is it a way for us to sort of deal with, the various fucked up shit that we've learned or have experienced.
Exactly.
And I remember, I think some of the comments on the video podcast, I think, mentioned this, where, for some men, they do play like this because it's cathartic for them. And like I said, I can understand, being socialized in, as a man and being seen that way and having, all of that messaging. I can see how it could crescendo into, having these fetishes. But I guess for me, it's like, why is it that you can't just, enjoy being penetrated? Like, and just love that for what it is. Why does it have to be you're being degraded because you're having sex in the way that you imagine a woman would have sex?
Exactly. And at the time, it wasn't even that I was looking for someone who, the idea of feminization was very new, because I was 20, very young. And it wasn't like, oh, I want to find somebody who, I wasn't in it for the whole feminization aspect. And I love people who come in all forms, right? Like, if of any gender expression and, identity, I love how people want to learn about themselves and gender and exploring that, exploring expression and identity. But it didn't, to me, your expression and how the sexual aspect, you don't have to, it's not mandatory for you to be feel like you need to be a woman, or not that, no. It's not mandatory for you, basically how you said it, for you to go through feminization and get pegged. Exactly. Why can't you just feel good as you are? There's nothing, being pegged has nothing to do with, I guess, feminization. It's just pegging.
And that's the thing.
There's no.
I've learned that when especially looking at these memes, specifically when the ones when they mention Black men, it's like they view the idea of a man having sex with them being this thing that makes them a woman, and it's never and them loving it, them being really into being penetrated, is one of the things that defines them as a woman, but is also a thing that is shameful. They're not supposed to like being penetrated. They're not supposed to. And I get it. These men have been taught their whole life that this is a taboo thing they shouldn't do. And I know that this is like reaching to that, but it's so hard for me to read and just and not see it as, misogyny with more steps.
Exactly. It definitely reads as misogyny because of not being able to distinguish, wanting to feel good expressing femininity, wanting to explore femininity without, the demeaning aspect. Like, that's definite misogyny. Like, if you can't just like understand that just the energy and feeling and expression of femininity should just be experienced without shame, then that's misogyny. Like, there's no, in my opinion, any other way to see it. I mean, but yeah.
And I think some people have to go through some of that. I think, like, I'm sure that there are some men who initially started that way, who were eventually at some point able to acknowledge proudly within themselves that they like what they like and it is what it is. And I'm sure some of those experiences, help them unpick that bias and that misogyny. It just sucks that so many people have to like go through their misogyny for them to get there.
Oh, that's so true. Yeah, definitely, like, internalized misogyny, like, internalized homophobia, misogyny, it's kind of like a punishment to yourself, thinking, oh, I've gone through society and have been taught this and I'm deviating, I should be shamed for this. And so they go through, self-hatred and have that internalized misogynistic phase. So yeah, that's definitely, I can understand that, but it doesn't, negate the fact that it's still misogyny. So I guess it's just a matter of people learning as you're, you should just learn. And yeah. Oh, and I just wanted to say, because I know we're probably getting close to time, but I love your channel so much. And I love that you have these conversations, because I think it's definitely a way for people to learn without judgment. And like, these conversations that we're having today, like, they're just so nuanced, and it's hard for people to feel like they can speak on these things and ask questions. So I love your channel so much because it teaches people at any level. So yeah.
No, thank you. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you so much for calling in and giving your perspective. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much, and thanks for listening.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, we've got 8 more calls on the line. I'm gonna take a moment to thank people for being brief as of late. We've gotten some good, summarized to the point calls, and I appreciate the hell out of it. Let's keep that coming. Maybe we can make it through all these calls. We've been here for 2 hours and 17 minutes. Let's not make it 5 hours. My boyfriend's probably picking me up in like 2 hours. So I would love it if I was here for less than 2 hours more so I can edit this and get it uploaded. So yeah. And also I'll take this moment to also acknowledge that I know that some people have been annoyed by how long these calls are. Please understand that these are calls that will be edited down. And, most of my ranting is not going to be in these calls. I think it's, I like for these to be able to be listened to, but I really, I want to be able to, I want to be, I like for people to get to the point, but also I like when we film these to have more content than less. But I appreciate when people get to the point because it means that it's easier to edit, even easier to edit. So yeah. Anyway, and yes, I said hurry the fuck up so I can get some dick. Okay, listen, it's not just dick though. We're eating, and I'm in love or whatever. But yes, actually, that you called me out. I just went on a trip, girl. And listen, I need what I need, and it is what it is. So anyway, okay, I'll be quiet, and then we'll take the next call. Hello.
Hey, Kat, how are you?
I'm good. Who is this, and who am I? Who is my speaking to, and what is your truth tea?
Hey, my name's Alice Valkyrie. I prefer she, her, and I actually know you a little bit from the LA kink goth scene, but I won't say anything too specific. You knew me as a boy though, so
okay, interessante.
Yeah. So I love the topic for today. By the way, I did just get a recent brief brush up on ContraPoints' video on it from ages ago because I was sending it over to this friend that has spent like 10 years probably doing sort of sissy stuff, and is now kind of, and honestly has probably, had elements of gender dysphoria actually on top of that, leading into like when they were kids, blah, 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 whatever. So I just was like making a little playlist for them as of right now. But yeah, no, it's interesting because I was looking back in my experience and it's just like the contrast between the way sissies, really have their experience and the way that mine was so stark that I think that was one of the initial things that like told me like, hey, this is different. Like this isn't a kink for you, and because I've been in the kink scene for so long. So for me, it was very empowering, and I always end up, when I was in femme mode and I was cross-dressing to try it on, for a while, it was interesting, and it was way better with my boundaries. My self-love was way better, and it was like, okay, this is not like I don't like being talked down to. I'm still just as much of a switch, but I definitely just appreciated the less pressure to be constantly dominant, which is something that I felt living my life as a dude. So that was something I kind of wanted to add to the conversation.
Like how when you're being seen as a man, you're constantly being pressured to sort of maintain domination and typical masculinity, and maybe being outside of that is allowing more freedom for expression. Is that what you're kind of saying?
Yeah, exactly. Because I have my I'm still a switch, but I would say I'm like 60% dominant. Now that I've really I really threw everything out the window and I added everything back in to the degree that I felt right. And when I did, I just found that like there was it was much more satisfying for everybody involved. To be my comfort level of dominant and not to have to like be this frothing at the mouth sort of big dude. And it was just everything was much more enjoyable, from kink to like just general social interaction to all of that stuff. So it was really, really nice. But I also like go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, well, can you tell, you mentioned that your path was a bit different. And that's the thing that helped you sort of maybe see that, it wasn't a thing that was similar to a sissy. Can you tell me kind of more about that? I'm very curious about the path because I think that that's a part of this conversation, because plenty of people do discover themselves. Plenty of DMAB people do discover themselves doing things that could be associated with cross-dressing or even sissification. So I'd love to hear more about your personal experience with that.
Yeah, it's interesting. I was raised by a single mother. The women that I was around were always really strong women. The women that I dated were strong women, and while I enjoyed, still providing a certain degree of a protective, fulfilling my job as a man, as being, protective and dominant in some ways, it was, it never really felt like my final form as a Super Saiyan. You know what I mean? I always felt like there was something, something else. And then when I really got to play around with my femininity by accident, it was interesting how I just got to tap into like a whole different sort of energy where I felt more certain about the things that I wanted. I felt the courage to stand up for myself in ways that I think I wasn't always capable of before, two women and two men. And, at least within the relationships that I'd had previously when they had gone wrong, and it wasn't necessarily like, and I wasn't the antagonist, it was clearly a woman being the stronger element in that. And I just found a lot more courage, which is interesting. So yeah, I don't know. Is that kind of your question? So sorry, I
I
didn't
mean,
totally
I
understand.
guess I'm still like, I'm curious. Like, I guess I'm wondering, like, what were the things that made you feel more empowered? Were they,
Mm,
like connected to you? Because we've talked about like kind of the difference between people who feel empowered by femininity and then people who view it as this like shameful, disgusting thing. Are you saying that when you
got it.
started to become more feminine, you started to become more confident and feel more like you were, as you said, in your final form, or walking towards your final form?
Yeah, I think there's something to the concept of seeing yourself as beautiful.
Mm,
Um, that I think we rob men of it,
mm,
and
mm,
men rob themselves of it. Patriarchy does, right? Like
mm-hmm,
it's this thing that society has shot men in the foot with, really.
mm-hmm,
And because they don't get access to that, I think the limits of self love are pretty constrictive over there.
mm,
And because I was able to access that, and then access like a sisterhood of support that I think I was isolated from before, right? And combined with the boldness to do something so subversive as to cross dress,
mm,
right? Was
mm-hmm,
like this threshold that, like, it felt like you were baptized, in a sense, where it was like it was terrifying at first, and then you did it, and then it just felt right, and it felt great. It's like, well, I think you can move with that momentum
mm-hmm,
to feel like you can do anything. So it was a combination of a lot of things, and then I felt like it answered a lot of question marks, that questions that I was too afraid to ask
mm,
beforehand, and now I could look them in the eye without fear and be
mm,
like, wow, that's this is what was on the other side, and I just didn't want to look, because I was terrified of what I would find, and that was largely internalized misogyny in a weird way of, like, the worst thing you could be in this world is feminine,
mm-hmm,
right? And that's why feminine gay men are put down, and like more masculine gay men are more accepted to a certain degree, and trans women are. And like, I think the biggest insult you can give to society and to patriarchy is to suggest to any degree that feminine is powerful,
mm.
that feminine is that doesn't need masculine all the time. And and yeah, it felt, I don't know, it felt like I was punching society in the face.
Mm.
So it was
So it was
cool.
like the
uh,
access to beauty, and therefore the celebration that we have around beauty, and also the subversive nature of saying fuck you, that kind of made you feel more confident in yourself to like really, walk in your own particular truth.
yeah, and it was also really, really validated by a lot of people that I think were hesitant to get closer to me,
Mm.
until I also showed that aspect of myself.
Mm.
And I got access to you know emotional support. um you know I think there's an ulterior motive that's assumed when you're walking around presenting yourself as a man.
It's interesting.
And I
Go on.
Go ahead. Well, yeah, I mean, I think it isolates men. It isolates masculine presenting people, to a certain degree, because everybody just assumes, oh, all you want is sex. Like, to be honest with you, for a long time before I did come out, I was coming to terms with my own demisexuality,
Mm.
and I really wanted platonic connection. And oftentimes I felt like my gender did limit me from that,
Mm.
and getting access to sisterhood, in a sense, didn't gave me its own sort of support and strength on top of everything else that you mentioned. So
Mm. But I'm curious, so this is support and strength from women.
yeah,
That makes
yeah.
sense. I have a friend of mine who was talking about this the other day. They are DMAB, but more recently out as non-binary, and they were speaking to me about how there's certain events that they want to go to, specifically queer events. And there's a member of our community who is a cis man who was banned from an event recently for some, not banned, but asked not to come to the next one for some of the ways that he acted when he was at the event. And what my friend was sort of expressing was a lot of frustration because, you know, there's someone who people wouldn't immediately always look at and see as non-binary, whichever, you know, because there's no one way of looking like a non-binary person, but there certainly is a stereotype. And they're talking about how just being seen as a man or being read as one makes it so that they are so much less trusted, and given so much less space to sort of exist, because people are afraid of them, or worried of them being predators and things like that. So that's very interesting that you shared that.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, it's something I think anybody that remembers, you know, the first few experiences, you know, going into a woman's bathroom, you know, maybe having your own learning curve and, you know, maybe never passing and having nothing like a constant thing where just you feel like, I don't know, at least for me, even before I even got there, I was always very aware that I would be perceived as a threat in certain contexts. I knew that when I reached out to people that there was an assumption of an ulterior motive because of the precedent that had been set by patriarchy, because of the precedent that had been set by men in general, and because of the fact that, you know, even I knew from my own personal experience of my past of being a bit of a douchebag. You know, I did, you know, play into the, you know, maybe supportive nature of wanting to support somebody and be like, you know, really just wanting to go on a date with them or something like that. You know what I mean? Like, I did let the toxic sides of masculinity work their way into my behavior in my early 20s. Was able to shed them into my later 20s, but still, because I was aware of that perception and the reasons why those perceptions were valid, it was something that I certainly felt that, like, well, you know, I'll never be rid of this. And then I never thought much of it until I realized that wasn't happening to me anymore. And it was totally by accident, but once I realized it wasn't, I was like, oh wow, that's a weird benefit. Yes, I have to watch my back all the time now. Yes, I have to freaking, you know, be much more aware of my safety and people's ulterior motives to me. But at the same time, I am no longer a pariah, and that's not bad. That's cool. So the cherry on top.
There are definitely, I would say, I guess one of the downsides of being seen as a man is, you know, that you'd be seen as a predator. But I think there's definitely a lot of positives that come with it as well.
Being a trans woman in certain circles is, you know, you choose one group for another, but I'd rather be accepted by leftist groups, you know, because I'd rather be liked by the people that I like and not liked by the people that I don't.
That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense.
So, yeah, and one last thing I wanted to add, because like I heard somebody earlier before, and it sounded like she had like a very asexual. I forgot their pronouns. I'm sorry. She had like a very asexual sort of approach to kink and all of the stuff that, you know, we get into, whether it's DDLG and, you know, some of the other things that are done with consent, right? I think one of the interesting things about society as we see it now is that, like, we're starting to try and define a new sort of space, whether it's in public or whether they're in private, new spaces, whether it's public or private, right? And I don't love the idea of trying to, you know, socially, you know, express, you know, support or lack of support towards things that people are doing consensually. I do like the concept of, like, hey, let's largely create the commons as places where things can exist without being sexualized, and then have it be okay to create safe spaces for things people want to sexualize. and things that maybe aren't, some other people are going to hold precious, and then we're going to create a safe space for that where everybody does it with consent. And I don't know. That's why I love kink. Like it's within the boundaries of people that aren't being harmed. We should be able to do that, so that way we can have those other spaces be spaces where, you like. I'm learning to do things like asking permission, asking for consent to flirt with somebody. You know what I mean? Because it's not very clear. One, it's just not very clear as a trans woman that people just assume I like dudes. And being a lesbian, that's not the case. So I have to be very clear, but at the same time, not be too forward about it. And just, I want to give people the option, if it feels like we're friendly, to let me know if that's okay. Cause I don't want to make somebody uncomfortable. And I think sometimes we may potentially want to ask for consent to sexualize somebody, because I personally like it from people that I like, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that if the consent is there and if it's that sort of space. But yeah, we can desexualize breasts. We can desexualize, a maid outfit, which a French maid outfit, which some people might largely, it comes with other social meanings that I think were already sexualized there. But I understand that some people don't want that connection to be there anymore. I think that's fine within the larger commons, but let us have our space. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think it's what we mentioned this earlier, but I think we're having, these are very messy conversations, because I think we're still figuring a lot of stuff out. And I think more people need to acknowledge that it's not perfect, and we're gonna step on each other's toes, because that's the reality of the world. Is we're not we haven't figured all this out quite yet, but that's why these conversations are so important, I think. But
accessibility for different preferences, I think, is something that we'll work out. But I don't like to pass value judgments on either way of perceiving them. I don't think either way is better or worse. I just think whatever we do, we shouldn't assume that everybody wants what you want. But we should cater to as many people as possible.
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely appreciate it if before I was looking at, someone's sissy meme, if they asked if I was even interested in having a conversation with them. Or,
exactly.
It started with, a conversation where we're establishing interest, because my big issue, and, think this is maybe a cyclical one, is that I usually wouldn't consent to having these interactions with people. And I wouldn't consent to being sexualized in a certain way. But I know that it's also one of those, I think that it's a nice idea, and a nice concept that, people wouldn't sexualize others in ways that make them uncomfortable. But I think by the nature of sexualizing, it's kind of that it is kind of how it is. And that's obviously a thing that frustrates me. People will often, I've talked about this a bajillion times, look at me and see tall, confident Black women and think that I want to dominate them. And that's something that frustrates me, but it's also something I can't entirely control. I could change the way that I dress, maybe, and maybe act like I'm less confident. But at the end of the day, someone somewhere is going to think that. And that's frustrating as fuck to me, because I hate explaining shit that is basic to me. But I also know that there's really no way for me to control it. So I can only get so frustrated by it,
Yeah, exactly. And I think at the end of the day, if people have, inclinations to make assumptions about things, or inclinations to feel any type of way about, like, let's say somebody accidentally sexualizes you in their mind, right? It doesn't mean they have to talk to you in a way that's toxic. I think, creating a scenario where we have acceptable things that are cool to say, and things that are like, hey, maybe keep that to yourself unless you get consent. It's perfectly fine. But yeah, no, I totally get it, honey. Like I mean, at least for me, like I said before, people just assume,
Mm-hmm.
hey, this very hyper feminine person is definitely catering to the male gaze. No, that's not the case. Not all femmes, roll that way. And
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I need to somebody told me, a few cis lesbians have actually told me that they were told to queer it up
Mm-hmm.
in order to not be seen like a new lesbian, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or somebody that was just like bisexual, and like that was a bad thing, right? And like not a real lesbian or something like that. And I think these sort of things happen in all sorts of spaces, and we could do without them. We could do
Definitely.
without making assumptions for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Well, thank you so much for calling in. I got to take another call, but thank you. And I guess I will see you around, whoever you happen to be, person who is mysterious, who I do not recognize.
I will visit back. I'm out of a state, but
Okay. All right.
visit soon. All right. Bye, Kat.
All right. Bye. All right. So we got 6 people on the line. We've been here for 2 hours and 40 minutes. I'm gonna go to the bathroom really quickly and be right back. But we've been, people have been pretty good about staying under 15 minutes. So thank you for that. BRB. All right. Oh my God, my phone is saying 28% back. That's so annoying. All right. So my iPhone's been running long enough over here to currently be running out of battery. Let me go grab my charger. I'll just take y'all with me to grab my charger. Side note, I have been detangling my hair during this conversation. Y'all, I don't know why. I mean, I love these little mini locks that I did, but baby, I left them in for way too long. And detangling them right now is literally my worst nightmare. So we will not be doing that for a bit. All right, let's see. All right, we're charging. All right, love it. All right. Sorry, I didn't mean to be racist against British people. All right, let me be quiet and take the next call. We got 7 people on the line. Sorry to everyone who dropped because I was taking too long to get to you. Look, I mean, y'all really do have to be here at the top of the show. I'm sorry that this has been inconsistent, that we've been all over the place. One of the things I wanted to kind of mention to you guys is that, I'm going to talk more intimately about this on Patreon, even though I really can't legally talk about too much. But I have a lot of plans and things that are going on. Stuff that's I know for a fact is going to require a lot of me. And I'm going to try my best to keep up the podcast. But one of the things that I'm coming to accept is over the next year or so of time, I'm going to be taking on some projects that are going to require a lot of my time, potentially a lot of traveling. And I'm very, very excited for it. I'm really, 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 really excited for it. But I can't. Yeah, I know that it's going to be a challenge for me, to keep up every week. The actual podcasts are incredibly fucking easy for me to do. It's more so the call-in shows, because I already, for example, have the next 2, I think 3 podcast episodes ready to go. But sometimes I can't carve out time. I can't carve out time to do the call-in shows. As we see, we've been here for how long? 2 hours and 46 minutes. Okay. It's getting harder. But what I probably will do is keep it I'll keep it, I'll pause. I'll just pause when I need to pause. And that's just kind of gonna have to be what it is. I'm gonna try to be good at telling you guys when that happens, but I know just seeing how things are trending on my end that there's gonna be a lot of pausing that I'm gonna have to do. So I'm gonna try to keep it up, but just giving you guys that warning, and I will probably give that warning at the beginning of this call-in show when I eventually do get to the the editing of this. But yes, I do, as Mika says, I have something big come up. It's larger scale. I literally I can't legally discuss a lot of it, but put it this way, for those of y'all who have been talking shit about how you never see me leave the house and you never see me interact with other people, let's just say that we're going to be doing more of that. Okay. And that is going to take a lot of my time. So, and fucking resources. So, like I said, I'm probably going to talk more about this on Patreon. So y'all head over to Patreon because I'm probably going to do a private vlog maybe after this because I have to do some cleaning. So, but I still can't say much there. But yeah, that is what it is. So yeah, if y'all see a quality jump, see, I can't even really say it because if we're being honest, y'all will probably not see this shit for a while. But it's coming, and I'm working on it now, and it's gonna be complex. So, anywho, let me shut the fuck up and take this next call. I'm so sorry for people who have dropped. I cannot control I can't at all control anything over here. I got a light that shines that tells me I have 7 calls, and that's it. So yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna be quiet and take the next call. Ooh, you gotta turn off your stream.
Okay, sorry.
It's okay.
Hi, Kat.
Hey there, who am I talking to and what is your true tea?
This is Katie.
Hey, Katie.
We talked one time before, but my phone died.
Okay.
My phone's charged this time.
I remember that. I'm sorry.
No, I'm so sorry I didn't charge my phone. I'm just going to be in my room this time. I went out into the hallway because it was like the down low episode, and I didn't want to like talk about that in front of like my family, but I'm good now. So with misogyny and like cross-dressing, like I think that as a Black trans woman, I'm always assumed that I'm a top. It's almost like a disappointment when a guy asks me if like I'm a top or a bottom, and I'm just like, just kind of sitting there like, okay, like, you know, I'm presenting and reading and cueing like all these female things, and like I know that women can be like tops and be givers and all of that, which is fine, and that's why like I've, you know, changed my response to like the top or bottom question. Like I just feel like I don't identify as like someone who would be a top or a bottom. Like I think that like I like being the receiving person, right? So like just the fact that we've been talking and like so many people have mentioned that like being Black is like you're assumed to be dominant, and like, you know, I'm tall like you, and so I guess people just assume that it's because I'm tall and Black that I'm dominant and that I'm a, you know, a top. And like I don't know where that comes in with like misogyny exactly, because I think that it's hurtful that I can't be seen as like a woman that's, you know, submissive and soft and gentle, because that's who I am. People just always assume that I'm going to top.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, do you have any cross-dresser sissy and misogyny thoughts?
I absolutely do.
Okay,
so there's
let's
actually
get into
2 guys. Okay, so there's these 2 guys, and one of them is a bit younger. So let's start with him. A couple of years ago, he asked me to dress him up, and so I did in like my nice like stuff, and I was like drunk or something, so I think that I told him that he could borrow my Victoria's Secret bra, and then he did, and then he was like, oh, let me go make a phone call, and like we just like were walking around because I thought that it would be a nice experience, like if he was dressed up, that he could walk around and like feel the fantasy, like in the heels, walk in heels, taught him how to walk in heels. And so he took a phone call and he went into my backyard and he disappeared. And then like 2 years later, I'm like, hey, like you like stole like a lot of my clothes, like Victoria's Secret bra was $60. And so he like offered to like, you know, get me a new bra and stuff a couple years later. And so we meet in like a motel, and he is like way more like aggressive about like telling me to like dress him up and, you know, degrade him. He really wants to be degraded. He wanted me to film him like being degraded sexually and all of that. And then afterwards he was like shy about it, and he really wanted to see the videos and stuff, but I had already deleted them because I just thought he wanted me to do it. And yeah, and he really like would beg me to like be like the, you know, he wanted to give oral to me, and I'm not okay with that. Like I don't do that. I don't really seek that.
Mm-hmm.
And he was really a person who was into that. And then so the other person, they were also very, very vehemently into like bottoming for me, very into that, and like aggressive, like used like, you know, like the F word. He wanted me to use that against for him, and he didn't want to dress up. He just wanted to be degraded. So like I have a guy who wanted to really be dressed up, really be degraded, and then I had a guy who just wanted to be degraded and called the F word and all of that stuff. And then the guy who didn't really want to get dressed up, he was like kind of like, well, he had a girlfriend and he would block me. He just blocked me like a couple days ago for no reason. he sent me a message saying that he had like a huge, you know, dildo and stuff, and then he blocked me right after. So I guess that kind of ties back to the other guy who was like, after he said the thing and did the thing, he really wanted to like look back at it and like watch himself be degraded or like relive that, revisit that experience. But yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So those are like my two main experiences. I really haven't had a lot of others with cross-dressers, like that I can like speak of right now. So, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you for calling in and sharing those stories with us. I can't
I hope
believe
that it was
you
helpful.
never got your shit back?
He lost that Victoria's Secret pink lace bra. It's like not even being made anymore. But we did like, but like it was under the circumstance that like I would do the degrading again. Like he wanted to be degraded.
Oh, so
in
he held
order
him
for me to
hostage.
be his friend. He wouldn't be my friend unless I would do that.
Interesting. He said, "Call me a sissy slut, or you're never going to see the Victoria's Secret bra again."
Yeah, he did, and he made me record him and all of that. And like these guys don't talk to me unless I'm doing that. And like as someone said, I think two other callers said, like being tall and being black, like people just assume that you're going to be dominant, and that's very, very aggravating for me. Like it really, really aggravates me because I just want. And like, okay, you were talking about. Like I'm not like trying to, but like I have blonde hair. I'm mixed race, so I have very light skin. I live in Maine, so like I don't look like super like dark skinned. Like people often ask me if I'm, you know, from Spain or like if I'm, you know, Latino or whatever. So like I don't know if it's just because people watch porn and then they like talk to a trans woman and they just assume that they're verse, or if they're tops. Like I don't know, because it's not really about being verse. Most of these guys, both of the guys that I just talked about, didn't want to, you know, F me. They just wanted to like be degraded. So I think that that ties into misogyny because I'm a trans woman and I'm not being given like an option to like feel like, you know, a traditional old school version of like a woman. I think that like that's robbed of me, honestly. And that's just where my true tea comes in because it upsets me. And like I've just been sitting with that kind of anger that I'm trying to let go of.
Well, thank you for calling in and sharing that anger with us. I mean, I'm sorry that you went through that. You learned your lesson, hopefully. And yeah, I'm gonna take another call because we've got 5 more on the line. But thank you for calling in and sharing your story with me.
Great. Thank you, Kat. I love you so much. Thanks for uploading so much. I love you.
Well, thank you. Bye.
Bye.
All right. Okay. Girl, my hair is so tangled. This is it's so fucking tangled. I'm so annoyed. But I've gotten a lot of it detangled during this call. So maybe we'll be here for a bit. Well, not that long because I need to edit. I have to remind myself that I have to still edit this. Anyway, I'm gonna be quiet and take up the next call. Hello.
Hi, Kat.
Hi there. Who am I speaking to, and what is your true tea?
Okay, so I'm gonna leave my name out of it because I'm not to get like very personal, but I use she, her pronouns. I am a trans woman, and I like have some relevant experience dealing with kind of sissies and cross dressers. Like a long time ago, a couple years ago, I was in a really weird place in my life with like substance use, and I would just get like requests on the apps to, you know, go to like guys' places and like kind of indulge. They're like sissy whatever, and I was like, all right, well I got nothing going on a Saturday, and you're giving me free drugs, so like let's do it. And I remember like I ended up falling into this like very weird situation that went on for like years with this guy. And like things just got like messy with our feelings, and I remember like trying to unpack the situation and feeling like I remember like coming to this conclusion and then kind of like broadening that to like all sissies, that I was kind of like, I don't know, is this just like latent trans femininity? And then like are you, in a sense, like using me as like a vector for like a trans femininity that you in your life as like a white man who like works in a very masculine field or whatever does? And I always found that very interesting. Just because like in regards to like my journey with femininity and transness, like for me, it was such a non-event in my life. It was so obvious. So I thought it was a very interesting foil. LOL at, well, we know which app. I don't know, like I think I'm like a couple years out of that, and I'm like in a much better place with sobriety and stuff. And I don't know, this is like a really kind of messy thing to say, but this whole conversation got me thinking. I almost feel like for a lot of that demo, and I have more experiences with this than just this one guy. I feel like for a lot of that demo, especially when it gets like really creepy or like really weird, I almost wonder if it like functions similarly to addiction in a sense, insofar as like it is like it leaves the realm of logic, and the shame kind of like builds up in such a way, or like you are so like kind of invested in this thing, but you're also like kind of unwilling to see or unwilling to admit the pain it's causing other people. You know what I mean?
It's funny. I would actually absolutely say that it's like an addiction, because just knowing the cross dressers that I've known, and the way that like I said, I've known a lot of cross dressers who are married with kids and all this other shit, and they will have this completely alternative life where they will have sex with men while cross dressed. And to me, it's there's so much at risk when they do stuff like that, that addiction is like one of the only explanations that makes sense to me. Because I don't know, I look at it and I'm like, you have literally so much to lose, but you're willing to sacrifice it all just to have, frankly, very shallow sex where some man is degrading you because you have this fetish, and it is so, you know, habitual. It is so habitual from what I've observed. There are some people who do it once in a while, whatever, but there are some people where it is they're as invested in it as they would be any other hobby, you know? And so I don't know. Like when I look at it, and I especially examine the fact that so frequently I've had these like really shitty arguments with cross dressers about my boundaries and their misogyny. um it feels a little bit like their their I guess their addiction is kind of shown just by the way that they interact with um you know women in general, setting their boundaries, but especially trans women. It's like you're so, because you could see that they're not, oftentimes they will entertain transphobia, oftentimes they will entertain misogyny, and yet they're so involved in echoing things that could be seen as trans, or similar to how women present themselves, that you would think it would be kind of like a contradiction, but it isn't. um so, or at least they're not seeing it that way in their minds. So I don't know, I think addiction would be a really good way of describing how a lot of people experience it, because it kind of is like that.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't know, I just remember having like all these experiences when I was a little bit younger, like, and really, like, I mean, I think this kind of applies to like any time I've attempted to dominate a man, but especially in like this way. There's always this point about like 10 minutes in where I was just like, oh, okay, like I'm just like an audience to kind of like your like kind of indulgent masochistic need to like, I don't know, like process your own masculinity in this kind of, to me, like very roundabout way. And I'm just like, and I'm just here, like, and I'm just like the Asian bitch over here. And
well, that's
yeah,
kind of what
also
it
to the
is.
chat, like, yes, the man that I am seeing is Matt Gates. JK. The man that I'm seeing is Lindsey Graham. No, but yeah, it's just like a lot. I saw when you're doing this live chat, I was like, well, I have some experiences. I literally wrote down notes in like the 2 hours it took me to get here, and like, here's the typology of like every type of man that I've like encountered who does this, and so we don't have time for that, but you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, can you tell us some more experiences?
I actually remember, like, I think this was about a year ago. I was just like, all right, COVID's here. I'm in my house. Let's go back on the app because I got nothing better going on today. I remember like talking to this like person who maybe was like 18, 19, who really wanted me to feminize them, and I was just like, all right, like, let's do this bullshit again. And also, sorry, the ripping sound is me vaping. I'll stop doing that.
It's probably me doing my hair. I didn't know it was that loud. Oh my God.
Oh, true. True, yeah. No, but and I was like, all right, let's do it. And then we started talking about like their life, and it just became this like 3-hour sob story where all of a sudden they were just like unloading like just the entirety of their life. And it was, to be fair, like it was really rough. And I was like, damn, like as much as I just don't want to be doing this, like I kind of think you need me here because like I feel like you maybe have not been in a position in your life where like you've had somebody who maybe reflects your feelings about gender listening to you like openly, but also like, oh my God, dude, like see a therapist. Like, why are you trying to like do this through kink?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, why are we like in the middle of like you sending me like what corsets you want me to put you in, telling me like the darkest details of your life that like I don't even tell people. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, a lot of people are just looking for an audience. And when you were saying that earlier, you know, that's a lot of submissive men, honestly. They're looking for dispensers for their kink in the way that they would like for their kink to be dispensed, and less so partners who they could actually have a conversation with about, you know, how to do the thing in a way that's mutually enjoyable. So that's very common.
Yeah. Anyway, that's it for me.
All right.
Thanks for picking up. I've been a fan for a while, so I appreciate it. I'm sorry, I was going to say much more coherent things, but I lost it. So.
Oh, it's okay. We've been here for a bit, so I get it.
All right.
Anyway,
Bye-bye.
thank you so much. Bye.
Thanks.
All right, so we've got 6 people on the line. I'm gonna be quiet and take the next call. I'm sorry, y'all can y'all hear me like undetangling my hair? I feel like I'm so far away. I feel like my hair is so far away. They just updated this app, so maybe like the sound is way more sensitive or some shit. I don't know. Oh my God. Like, can you hear it right now? Because I'm doing it right now. We can't hear shit? Okay. Okay, good. I was like, sis, this is so sensitive. Like, I'm literally like in my mind quietly detangling my shit, but like, okay. All right, I'm gonna be quiet and then take the next call. I'm gonna wait for this person who's having a concert outside of my apartment, and then I'm gonna take the next call. They're just blasting their music. Can y'all hear it? Okay. Okay, I'll be quiet now. Hello? Hello?
Yeah, hello?
Hi
Yeah,
there.
how you
Who
doing?
am I speaking to, and what is your true tea?
Okay, I go by KJ. I'm a triplet, and I have like a different, like, how can I put it, perspective on the segment. So, like, out of all 3 of us, 2 of them already then came out and started transitioning. And I'm like, pretty much with the couple chat, well, let me go last then. I'm gonna see how it works out, and then let me go ahead and see. So, the backlash, everything. And like, we're mixed, so I'm like, how can I put it? transitioning was going to be hard because my father, he had a job in General Motors, right? So that took us from Kansas City, Kansas, all the way to Indianapolis and Chicago because my mom messed up her job, so the money ran short. So long story short, we ended up having to go that direction. And growing up in the 90s, you know, you couldn't come out and be gay, none of that, especially in the Black community. That was a target on your back right away. So, like, listening to everything that you were saying, I was taking the viewpoints and just jotting them down. I'm like, that's a fact. But see, when we were kids, I would play in everything. You know, like my sister's Bed Bath and Beyond, the Body Works, all that. You know, makeup, everything. And I would get caught, and the fights would break out. Or, you know, I had family members that would be like, you need to tell my father, you need to look at your sons. I think they're gay. You know, and I'm like, try to come out when I was a kid and explain that to my father, but that didn't go well because, I mean, my father at the same time was like a functioning alcoholic and drug addict, all that, and tricked the money off. So as a kid, we never had any food or anything in the fridge. And while you had a good job, and just never panned out. So, you know, as a kid one day, you know, I was caught with my brother and we were like tied on or underwear, like all types of other stuff and playing in girls' clothes and stuff, right? And literally took both of us, grabbed us, snatched us up, and just, you know, beat us up real bad. And that's what I was like trying to say. So coming out for everybody is different, especially like if different parts of the country. It's kind of different. So, and they would split us up during the summertime as well. And I guess since like I played basketball and I got in a lot of fights because I was like the shortest one. And, you know, like they have like, I'm going to say a little darker tint to them. I'm light skinned. So I would catch hell the worst from my community, you know, because if I did anything that was kind of feminine, you know, it's automatic in the 90s going to school. Yeah, you get tried immediately. And you have to know how to fight or else, I mean, it's going to be a long day for you. And even your relatives was like that. So I would go to Chicago, and we know the story about how Chicago is. You wouldn't dare come out in one of those neighborhoods and be like that. And then so you're left with what society deems as normal. Let's be a thug, which I never did sign up for that. Didn't want to do that. That's just a product of the environment, the area that I lived in. So you pretty much got to play that character and that role in a movie that society is setting to be normal that I didn't sign up to play. I'm like, I didn't sign up to play this character in this role. And this is what, like in the Black community, it's okay to be a thug, a gangster, all that. But if you want to come out and be trans or do anything gay, it's a problem. That's what I have with my community is that I'm like, I didn't sign up to be that. I don't agree with that. And you accept this dude that went to jail about 3 or 4 times. And me, I mean, the only thing I went to jail for, and I'm going to get to that, is child support, right? And that was for a kid that's not mine. And I've been on child support. I'm 35. I've been on child support since what? 2005. And the mother recently just going to tell me, oh, he's not yours. I'm like, I kind of already knew that. I don't even know how to begin with it, what process. You got to get lawyers and go through the courts and all this to get my $35,000 back. And I mean, I'm a little bit extra with it. I'm like, at this point, especially with cisgender Black women, which they don't like to be held accountable for anything. You can't say nothing to them, but they can go ahead and throw darts at the trans community, everybody. But they can't be subject to their own stuff. But getting into that, I mean, so when I had to pretty much go ahead and date, you know, everything like that with the Black chicks, all right, I try to be open-minded. I don't like judging anybody. I'm not like that. I'll sit back, survey everything, and then that's when I'll be like, well, I see the BS, and I'm about to call it out. So speaking of that, getting to them, dating them and everything like that, cool. The chick, she was cool. We got along for the most part. All right, long story short, she messed with my foster brother. That's it. And I know the game in the streets. What I was trying to tell you about this is why I wish I could have came out peacefully, being gay, and my brothers as well, which we all left because, I mean, recently, like in that community and area, we don't get along with them, and they'll kill you if you do any of this type of stuff. So, you know, in that part of the country, you got to leave. You don't really have too many options. And this is what I'm saying within the Black community, especially within that part. And even like being a thug and all that, I'm going to be honest with you and I'm going to be real. they're real gay. That like even when I was straight, I had a whole bunch of so-called friends hit on me, trying me, all that.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sitting back like, whoa, what's really going on? Like, what part of the game is this? And I look at my brother and laugh. I'm like, nah, something ain't right. And even dating like with these black chicks, they would get mad and look at me because I ain't gonna lie to you. I had like wearing their clothes. I would do all that, like you were saying, with the sissification and all that stuff, right? But in my mind, I identify more with what you are. You just don't know it. And I'm not trying to be like that or deceptive or anything. But I'm like, me trying to come out and recollect and catch myself on how am I going to calculate this plan to transition? Because in my area, it's going to be real hard. It's going to be tough.
Mm-hmm.
And then most of the black chicks, why don't you just come out and be open? You know I can't do that. You're going to persecute me and wreck me through the coals if I do. No. I mean, most of them, that's why they stay on the DL and all that. And I'm the type, eventually I will come out and say it, and then all hell breaks loose. And then, you get called every name in the book.
Mm-hmm.
But they get to go ahead and change up. Here's what I don't like about dating black chicks. One minute, they can be straight, and then next minute they with a chick talking about, I gave up on me. And I don't get that, because one minute they say, what? Oh, okay, you part-time guy. That's how I look at it. And then within about 6 months to a year, they turn around and have a baby. I'm like, I thought you was with her. Pot calling the kettle black. So I can't transition and do what I want to do or be gay. But it's okay for you to go ahead and live that life. Or they can accept the studs, like in the movie Set It Off with Queen Latifah. It was cool for Cleo to be like that. And they see how the society set that standard. But if you want to transition, you can't. Or even, what's his name, off that show, The Wire, R.I.P. to Michael K. Williams, when he played Omar. That's cool. There's the type of standards, and I just don't like it or get it, and it's crazy. Because as soon as you want to do you, it's a problem.
So,
and even with being like,
this is kind of connecting to a lot of stuff, and I have a lot of things to say, because I can tell that you're speaking from like a very real part, and I love that you're being very real, and I have some questions about that, because I of course understand the amount of you're right to say if you come out, you're going to get shit for it. When you come out, you're going to, immediately, people say just come out, but it's not that easy, really. And I guess I can understand to some degree why you're saying you're blaming, the black women that you've dated, for that. But I guess from my perspective, I don't know if it's hard for me to really understand that particular point, even if I understand that you're going to be ridiculed. In my personal thought, why not just put up with ridicule to be who you are? So I guess, could we talk a bit about that? Like, if if I'm getting it correctly, you have two siblings who are both gay, and you are someone who would like to transition. Am I correct on that?
I don't know. All of us are. They just moved away from that part of the country. I stayed because of the family and everybody else. I can get that at as well. And I tried to pretty much build a relationship, a bond, and didn't want to be fake. That's how I felt. So I'm like, okay, I'm going to just go ahead and lay it out. I'm not going to run away from it. I'm going to own it. And
okay. So you did come out and own it.
This is right.
Okay.
And I've done that with kind of backfire.
Well, how did it backfire? Let's talk about that, because I guess it's hard for me to I get okay, let's back up. So one of the things I mentioned is that when I talk to a lot of closeted cross-dressers, they will sit there and go on and on and on about how the cis women in their lives aren't open-minded and therefore they have to hide. And that for me has always felt like an excuse, because even if it's true that they get bullshit, it still feels like they're not willing to claim their shit. You know what I mean? And I guess part of me being me is accepting the fact that I'm going to get shit for it, but that my happiness is more important to me. But of course, I come from a fairly different background. So you know, I probably wouldn't feel the same exact way if I grew up maybe where you grew up. So now I guess I'm
Oh yeah, I got
curious.
called white boy, all this type of different stuff. Like because I, listen to alternative music, anything. Linkin Park when I was a kid. They'll look at you, or like
Mhm.
the gauges in my ear and all that type of stuff. Different type of tattoos.
Mhm.
Black women, the black men are the same way. They'll sit over there and dog you out. Look at this white boy, and you got to fight like 24/7. I'm like, I'm not allowed to be me, do something different.
Mhm.
No, I mean this is like even getting off in golf.
Mhm.
Cosplay. You can't do that. I'm real good at doing all that. The only thing that kept me pretty much away from all this, or like halfway getting picked on, is I played basketball really well, and that translates real good within the black community. So
Mhm.
that's one thing that I always had real good for me is sports, and that was it.
Yeah. But what is the ridicule that you experienced when you came out eventually? I just want to know more about that.
I just really got fed up, and I got tired, and I said, you know what? It's like every day you going out, you dress like a dude. The only thing is, like, you can go on my page on Instagram. I look thin as ever. It's just the voice is going to be a problem because I grew up defensive. So it's going to be very
Mm.
hard for me.
Mm.
Okay, so I came out, I got fed up. It's like going out every day, you living a lie. You being fake with yourself. You're not being 100. And it's like, this is sad. Look at you walking down the street like this. You know damn well this is not what you really are, what you agree with. So at the end
Mhm.
of the day, you gotta look at yourself in the mirror. I said, that's it. And that's how I felt. And I went out there, and I'm a trucker too. All three of us are. And so long story short, I'm glad this happened. I was already buying a lot of film clothes, everything, transition, getting a party started. So long story short, I was driving this truck, got in it. Long story short, I had bed bugs. So I had to throw away all my clothes. And I said, that's a sign. All the dude clothes I had, I threw them away anyway. And I just rebought everything female wise and been living like that.
Mm. So you're not trans, but you're saying that you do wear women's clothing daily.
No, I'm transitioning. It's just my voice. That's the hang up. I
Okay. Because
suck
I
at it.
asked you earlier, and I don't think you answered me there. So you are transitioning.
Yeah, I
And
just gave up. Even though the voice sucks and I know I'm gonna get killed for it, I
mm,
still go out there.
mm. Yeah, I
Like
mean
in
we have.
basketball, we got that saying, "Go hard or go home."
Mhm. Mhm. So, but you're saying that you have dealt with some shit for coming out. Um.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
definitely. Especially the way I came up and people that I pretty much was around. They
Mhm.
tried to kill me the worst. And I said, it's okay. I don't need to be around that no more. I wasn't
Yeah.
happy to begin with. I was living a lie and I was faking it. And matter of fact, I'm going to be honest with you completely. It's like, I'm sitting over here living for you guys. I ain't living for myself. I'm done living like that. No. To make you happy and I'm not happy, that's a problem. I can't do that.
Mhm.
How long am I going to keep this up? Life ain't guaranteed. Made it to see 35, and where I'm at, you lucky to see that. So, no, I'm not going to keep living like that. I'm blessed to make it this age. I'm gonna go ahead and live the rest of my life the way I want to. You're not gonna control me. I'm not a video game. You're not gonna play me the way you want me to be played. Mm-mm.
Mm. Well, I appreciate you calling in and sharing your story, and telling us about the complications of especially being Black and trans and acceptance within your community. Um, I've got a couple more callers to take, so I'm going to drop them some other callers. But thank you for calling in so much. I really appreciate it.
Okay, you take care.
All right, bye. Ah! Okay, I accidentally closed the fan line. Okay, but we turned it on, and there's still people on the line. Thank God. All right, so I'm going to be quiet and we're going to take the next call. How long have we been here? We've been here for 3 hours and 22 minutes. Girl. Okay, but it seems like we only have a couple more calls, so that's good. Um, I will be quiet and take the next call. Hello.
Hey, Kat.
Hi there. Who am I speaking to, and what is your true tea?
So this is Sky. I actually was the one that you kind of responded to me when I was excited about whatever your news may be.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, I actually want to, because, okay, so I'm planning on piggybacking off of what the last caller was kind of talking about and kind of maybe critiquing it just a little bit.
Okay.
As somebody that also grew up in the hood, had, you know, and I understood, you know, because sometimes I know why you were listening so intently. Like, and I know people are in the comments kind of getting bored or, you know, but the thing is, like, when you grow up in certain environments and you're not used to talking, not everybody knows how to, like, you know, construct everything down a certain way. Certain classes of people need an easier time to process conversations a little better.
I agree with that.
So that's why, yeah, and I know that you could tell, you know, you can tell with certain people, but those conversations, and then they might even come off a little crude, but it's more so, you know, like, if some people recognize that in the comment section who are from the hood, like, not everybody doesn't know how to be politically correct, and it can come off offensive. And when you're Black, we often can come off offensive if we're from certain areas and we're just being very blunt with certain things. So, with that said, the first thing I want to say is, like, firstly, when it comes to, there's a difference between dressing up as an extension of who you are versus dressing up to fulfill a fetish based on social pressure, or, well, the way I just simply put it is trauma. I feel like just whenever I hear the conversation about certain cross-dressers that are doing this thing where they're dressing up in women's clothing behind, you know, taking clothes, like, you know, doing things kind of like in a very sexually fetishism way. And a lot of other callers have already called on it, but it's usually, as we already have established, it's usually based on not fully comprehending that the way that you express your sexuality doesn't have to be very gendered, and then doesn't have to be so misogynistic, like in showing your views, especially when you talk about men that cross-dress and how they have this misogynistic view of the women where they go back to their normal lives and they pick up even more toxic behavior, and then they do this thing where they're blending within queer and trans circles and doing fetishy things that are very inappropriate and hostile. With that said, right, this is where I'm gonna like mention something, because I noticed that the last caller was talking, and now from what I gather, right, with the last caller, they were talking about their transition experience. It seems like they transitioned a little bit later in life, only due to whatever they were going through in the community that made it hard for them to be able to transition. And even, but you see, here's the thing, and this is where I really want to get on just how, because being trans is such a complex thing, depending on, I personally do feel like there's a big difference between specific types of trans people. I do. There's trans people like you and me who inherently, I think it's always there, like it's very strongly there. I don't know if yours, I'm going to only speak for myself at this point, but growing up, I've talked about certain things in the last time we had a call together on another video, but my femininity always was so strong. And so that caused a lot of issues. It was something that I couldn't, that, you know, it caused a lot of really bad things to happen to me, unfortunately. Especially, and then going through life, you know, I went through homelessness and stuff like that before, you know, I reestablished myself. But my identity was so intertwined in who I was that I wasn't even conscious of what I was doing with it. Like, for example, even when we talk about clothes, like some people, sometimes there's this misguided idea of dressing up a certain way in order to try to be the gender that you either feel or do all this stuff, or wearing certain things. Like for some people, I noticed they'd be like, well, I feel this way because I always like dresses or this and that. Like, I feel like this conversation gets weird, right? So when I would do certain things that would cross gender norms, like wearing pink or doing other things, I wasn't consciously doing it because I was trying to be a certain gender. It was almost like it just came natural. And if anything, harsh reality had to remind me that this isn't actually okay, which is different. It was more so because I could easily, like growing up and understand me in a gendered world where you can't, like, you know, you're told, okay, you can do this or you can't do that, right? Even if I decided I could one day, like during my feminine times before I transitioned, I was always hyper feminized. But even then, right, whether I was wearing like a certain type of outfit or clothing in one sense, or having, you know, wearing my hair longer to try, you know, because I like the feel of having longer hair or whatever, or if I decided to cut all my hair out and wear a fade, or if I was wearing baggy clothes or doing anything, that didn't change the extension of who I was. Like, I don't know if that's making sense.
No, it does.
You
See your femininity is inherent.
Yeah, like who you are is inherent. You can grow and like learn to like your feminine clothes and all that later, you know, like, or like you could grow to like want to be way more feminine, like, you know, just like with girls, like sometimes you might grow out of grow into a phase where you want to be hyper feminized and hyper feminine. Like that doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter who the gender is. The important thing is understanding the difference between doing something because it feels comfortable for me. And this is where one thing I will say, the big difference between like, and I was trying to say this earlier, but even thinking about something that the last caller said about how they waited later in life. So I was feminine, but I didn't really know what was going on with me. So I would do things like the way I was talking, like I didn't even notice that sometimes when people would try to tell me you need to dress this way, and I would try to do certain things in a certain manner, but I didn't like how it was making me feel. And it felt like I felt unstable. Like it was almost like something mentally unstable was wrong. And I would get attacked. I would get like, you know, I remember my sister and my mom, even after they reconnected with me, once they found me again and stuff, like being just so worried because so many bad things would happen when I was just wanting to be myself, like, and or them being like, why can't you just dress like this so that nobody tries to kill you or try to come at you with a knife? Like, why can't you just do that? And back then, because those conversations weren't things that we were having, where I didn't even fully know what the trans thing was. It was like I didn't even know. Like I couldn't really answer their question. I didn't know why I couldn't be more like just all the time try to be a certain way. Because even when I was dressed, you know, I have a certain shape and all types of stuff. I have a lot of things that already made it hard. And it seemed like people wanted me to practice gender in only one way to try to keep me safe. And I just wasn't actually able to do it. I tried, and every time I tried to go against the grain to do it, like I would try to mix it in. I would try to mix my style, make it more gender fluid, but it was harder for me to do it. And this is where, when I say I was facing a lot of danger, I was facing a lot of like danger, like that really scared my mom and sister. Like, but one of the things that made it hard is even if I tried to like make it more masculine and stuff, like sometimes I would walk down the street and I would sag a little or do something, you know, and some people would just mistaken me for like a lesbian woman or something, or try to hit on me from the back. And then when I tell them, oh, I'm a boy, they would get mad at me, of course. Like they would get aggressively mad. And I was constantly in these situations, whether it was workplaces or anything, where nothing just seemed to work out, being set up by police, all types of really bad things. For me, it wasn't until later in life, in college, finally I had really bad gender dysphoria. And I had no choice but to fully transition. And funny enough, it wasn't until I transitioned that my life got very, okay, I'm not going to say easy, because being trans is like, honestly, when I was a femme boy, I was so unapologetic about the fact that I didn't mind being open that I was gay and a feminine boy, but being a trans woman, it was just a different mental experience. But socially, it was very easy for me to blend in. Like my features and stuff. Like one thing I know that the other callers talked about also the voice thing. So for me, and another caller mentioned height and all these other things, and this is where unfortunately featureism and having a certain attractiveness comes in. My transition was very easy. It really was. It was almost kind of an overnight thing. Like even when I started taking hormones and stuff, like everything pretty much, when I transitioned, it was like everything made sense. Sometimes I felt like, man, I wish I would have realized this sooner, because the way I was able to blend into society and be myself and to function was way easier. Like I didn't have, like, I've never had, it's weird, even though I go through other things that are just traumatic in itself, and that's a whole other conversation for like just talking about being trans or being like a closeted trans person trying to date, or being in a, which is a whole other ballpark. But as far as facing the same issues that I had before I transitioned, when I was, it's weird, the femboy side of me actually faced so much more danger than the average person, just because I had people that thought that I was trans back then. Because of how my faith was and me wearing certain things and like not trying to like, be quote unquote passable, but still having certain things that would cause aggression or cause outrage in certain circles within that community. So once I fully transitioned, moved and started fresh, and I was just blending, it was like I could still function. But the whole reason why I tell that story is because for me, it was almost like trying so hard to force myself to be like, it was like I was trying to, I really actually,
I get what you're trying to say. It was harder for you to try to be.
No, here's the better way. I'm going to say it real quick. I tried masculinity. I tried it.
Yeah.
And no matter how I tried it, it just never
failed.
seemed to work. I kept failing. And I kept getting punished for failing. And it wasn't until I embraced my femininity that I was actually quote unquote successful, but still, there's no win-win in this when you're marginalized. But it was a success in a way of being able to blend in finally. But it took me going against things. And I just wish that with the fetishism side, that these people who blend in and just do things for the sake of sexualization realize just how damaging it is to just come in, do something while still holding misogynistic or transphobic views and feel like, and then dip out. Or even sometimes feeling like when I see certain things being in the sex work scene, seeing certain people that almost feel like they're trying to compete with trying to, or even stealing pictures or doing things to try to do stuff, almost more like a show. And I decided to just tell my story in a more complex way like that, just to talk about the bigger difference between really understanding what femininity and dressing up as an actual extension. And sometimes you really can't help who you are. It's so ingrained. And I know that there's different types of trans people who transition in different ways, while other people, literally, it's a functional thing. Like you don't have a choice in who you are. And if you get shot and killed, because it's not like you just can dress up and change. Like even when I think of TERFs and when they try to use the whole blackface argument for trans people, they like, it's not something that you can take off and go back to your white racist life after you use the blackface to make a joke. Like if I die as a trans person. If I go homeless or something, I go homeless and stuff. And there is no, well, why can't you try to dress like this when it's literally fucking your brain up and you can't, and it's not a choice. I guess the real thing is really understanding the difference between something as a true extension and a part of who you are and your whole being that you can't help, versus just dressing up and really understanding that, versus just using something for your own trauma or fetish or whatever you're trying to utilize that tool for. Just understanding the difference, but that's it. I'm done.
Yeah, and I get that. And I think kind of what you might have been trying to allude to with what you just told us is that with our previous caller, they were probably not in a position where they could have done that, where transition would have made them safer. They made a very big point of saying, that it would not have, it made life more dangerous for them. And I really try to meet people where they're at, so I understood that there are people in the chat who are getting kind of upset with the language, and obviously I don't love the slandering of Black women. Clearly that's not a thing I enjoy. Though I understand kind of where they were coming from, only because I know that for some people, for a lot of people, being seen in a way outside of how you're supposed to be seen, especially as a Black person, especially as someone who's Black and designated male at birth, can be really dangerous. Because I had the similar situation as what you're describing. People largely, I mean, obviously there's still the typical street harassment and catcalling and shit that I deal with just by virtue of being a woman. But I definitely feel so much safer now than I did, pre-transition, for sure. And I get so many. I get way less. Well, I don't really get harassed in that way at all anymore. But when I was younger and when I was more androgynous and people couldn't quite place me, it would piss people off, and it was a lot more dangerous than simply being the binary trans person I am now.
Exactly.
Yeah, so there's people start different places. Go on.
One thing I will throw in, just the one thing that I noticed with the last caller, and this is to say something about, when it comes to being trans, we notice a lot of trans people that get murdered or are even homeless.
Mm-hmm.
Like you see the homeless teens and stuff that kind of have to stay in secluded circles, just to stay away from danger. The reason why I'm bringing this up is to say, one thing I noticed, not even being able to withhold your transness for that long until your later years is kind of a privilege, because not everybody has that type of, when you have bad gender dysphoria like how I eventually got, once you have that, you lose all capability of being able to function.
Yeah.
Like, it's impossible. Like, so basically, it's literally do or die. Like, you almost have to, like, being in the hood like that and being to a point where you just have to transition no matter what, you're about to face death. It's literally that bad. Not everybody can even wait that long. Like, they have to choose between being homeless or being ostracized and being that or death. Like, they don't have a choice.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I guess that's another reason why I was bringing it up.
Mm-hmm.
Different people, no matter where your environment is and no matter how dangerous it is, you are who you are. And if you have to transition, it's never going to be, for some people, it's never going to be a choice. If they don't do something, it's like a bad toothache where you try to put it off and then it just explodes and you can no longer function as a human no more. It's either you're going to kill yourself or you need to do something and just worry about the consequences you're going to face afterwards. It's that bad.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
With that said, that hopefully gives an idea on something being as really authentic to who you are versus the other thing.
Yeah, well, I definitely appreciate you calling in and giving us your perspective. You're always such a good caller. So thank you for calling in once again, and hope you call in next time.
Thank you. Bye, Kat.
Bye. Okay, so it's 5:26, and I know that my boyfriend usually gets off at like 7. That's probably when he'll be picking me up. So I think we're going to do a couple more. I might have gotten basically everything I needed, but I'm going to take the next couple of calls and see how we feel. Let's go. Hello.
Hi, it's Claire.
Hey there, Claire. Thanks for calling in. What's your true tea?
My true tea is so I guess one of the talking is like sissification and what was the other word? I'm sorry. cross-dressing.
Mm-hmm.
I guess what I wanted to say was like, I'll admit that I kind of like, I mean, I'm trans. I'm a trans woman. This is probably heresy. This is probably like the most controversial thing I've said on your channel, but I like sometimes cross-dress as a guy, but only during scenes.
What does that mean?
Like, sometimes I would dress as or just do things. I don't know. Like sometimes for some scenes, I think it sounds like more fun to pretend I'm a guy. I don't know.
Okay.
For no reason.
Which is, different than what we're talking about, but still valid.
Completely different, but I mean, I guess it's still cross-dressing. So I guess the other topic I could say is, I think cross-dressing is a stupid word because it's only like, if you're designated female at birth and you wear male clothes, they don't say that you're a cross-dresser.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's stupid.
Well, I think that the reason why people call it cross-dressing is specifically because for a lot of people who have a cross-dresser fetish, which is not the same, I would say, as just being a person who, has a wide gender expression. It is seen as you crossing over into the things you don't usually do. So you're cross-dressing because you are, crossing over that line, so to speak, and embodying a type of gender presentation that isn't typical to you.
I guess I kind of wonder, where's the line? Because there are some people who, like, I hate when people talk about AGP, but maybe do they mean like when people do it for sex or something? Because some people just cross-dress. Like, there are some people who just do that and they just live that way, and there are some people who only do it for a scene. So I guess I kind of wonder where the line is drawn.
Well, I mean, I think to me, a cross-dresser is a very particular thing. And I think the reason why you don't often see, people talking about it in the context of, women dressing like men is because we tend to fetishize women in this society in a way that is fairly specific. And a lot of times cross-dressing is often about a man dressing like a woman and having a fetish for that. And I'm not going to say that there aren't plenty of people who are defab who enjoy seeing themselves in a masculine, you would see that. I mean, we don't fetishize men in a similar way.
We
don't fetishize masculinity in the same exact way.
I know a lot more defab people who like sexually are interested in doing, I mean, like basically cross-dressing as men during sex. Like, I think that's really common for a lot of defab people. I don't know, like I've met a lot of that, but I've also dated quite a few defab people.
I mean, I don't think it's, put it this way, because I think that we're getting a bit lost in this conversation a bit. Not this particular one.
I am a bit lost.
Just our general talk. Because what I was talking about with this was not a conversation about people who simply wear different clothing. This is a particular conversation about how some people in their pursuit of cross-dressing tend to engage in misogyny. So this whole conversation started with me talking about a person who put on their profile that they are a sissy slut for BBC cock, and they enjoy dressing like a slut and being used by Black men. And by that they meant, and you go to their profile, and dressing like a slut for them was basically dressing like their mother, in a way that like you would see like a very stereotypical, mom way of dressing.
Yeah, I think I get what you mean, because if you're defab, you probably, or I don't know, if you're a cis woman, you probably aren't like, I don't know, like I don't know like the male equivalent of the word slut, like a man whore. You're probably not like, I'm going to dress up like a man whore and dominate this. I don't know, because if you do that, isn't that still an element of misogyny? If someone thinks like, oh, I'm going to be a man whore and like dominate women or something, isn't that still misogynistic?
Well, I think that the thing that we can point out is that when you say the word whore and slut, you know, I think now we're arguing generally that, you know, everyone could be a slut, everyone could be a whore. Of course, whore has meaning that we won't get into now, but whatever. But a lot of times when people say that, they are thinking of a woman. And my connection is, here you have somebody who's dressing honestly just like a regular degular you know, suburban cis woman. And that is what they're using to base themselves as a whore. That's what defines them as a whore, you know. And I think that,
well, I don't know, I feel like a lot of times when people want to do sissification or like the kind of cross-dressing you're talking about, usually, like, I don't even think they're trying to look like a typical, like, they're not trying to pass as like a normal woman.
Of course
they're trying to look like a hooker.
Well, yeah, I mean, sometimes they
like,
are.
There's a point where they're not even looking like women; they just look like hookers.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that they don't dress like that as well, but like for this particular person, it was interesting seeing them say, "I like dressing like a slut," and they're wearing like a pencil skirt and a long sleeved blouse, you know, and things that like.
I don't know anyone who wears pencil skirts. Frankly, I'd just like to point that out because they don't look good on most people.
It's the style of dress is usually like, you know, a person who it's like I said, it's literally their mom. It's literally their mom. They're dressing like their mother or their.
I think it's supposed to be the sexy school teacher kink. That's what the pencil skirt is. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean maybe, but yeah, it's it's different than what we're talking about. And this conversation was never about, let's talk about how terrible it is for people to, you know, explore gender expression across the board. It was more that for some people,
I guess I was getting a bit lost. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I did the podcast weeks ago, so I get where people would get a bit lost, but it is a very specific thing. And I'm not going to doubt that you probably do know people who are designated female at birth.
I actually did know a guy who's exactly like you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
And it was frustrating because he didn't, I don't know, he pretended at least to not know what being trans was at first.
Mm-hmm.
And he wanted to start dating me, but then like it was really nice at first for like a week. And then he told me he was like a cross-dresser, and he started going about it the way that you're talking about it, you know, not an exploration of clothes, but like something misogynistic. And that was when I was like, don't come to me. Like I was not interested anymore.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I talked a bit about that because that's an experience that I've had. And I guess for me, like a lot of times when I've caught a person who's cross-dressing, a person I've been dating that's cross-dressing, like one of the things that just gets me is that how frequently it is misogynistic. It's not just, oh, I'm wearing this beautiful blouse that I like wearing, or I'm putting on this shirt that makes me feel really good. It's, I'm a dirty, disgusting slut because I'm wearing women's clothing. And to me, that's kind of the issue that I tend to have. So yeah, that's what we're discussing. But I've got a couple more people on the line, and I think I want to take some other calls.
Yeah, that's fine. Take somebody who probably knows a little bit more about it. I'm sorry. I thought we were talking about something completely different here.
It's okay. I talked about it at the top of the show, but we've been here for a bit. But thank you so much for calling.
I think you guys started while I was still working.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
All right. Anyway, sorry. It was good to talk to you again. See you next time.
Absolutely. Bye. Okay. All right. We've got a couple more calls. I'm going to very much so, okay, because we're at this point of the conversation where I'm feeling like I'm running out of steam. I'm going to reiterate the thing I do usually at this point in the show. Make sure that your call is on topic. Make sure that we're talking about the things that we're here to discuss. because I have to edit these, and it's important for me to be able to get through stuff. I have a good idea of the calls that I'm going to pick, but let's stay on topic, and be I'm still timing people and all that stuff. So you know be brief if we can, but get the point. Anyway, I'm going to be quiet and then take the next call. Hello.
Oh my God, everything that was really laggy on my part.
Oh yeah, there's a big lag between the show, the live, and the actual show. So
yeah, I actually had the stream on while I was driving home. I listened to the whole stream at work, so I took notes
oh my
for
gosh.
brevity.
We've been here for a bit.
Try not to go too long. Yeah. I was gonna just try to keep it to 2 points. One, I think that it's really good that you made a point to pinpoint the misogyny aspect in cross-dressing, because I think all the previous callers have been pretty good at differentiating between like the act of like wearing quote unquote women's clothing and like how misogyny plays into it. Like I really struck me when you talked about how even men that cross-dress that you've interacted with still sort of have this toxic masculinity and how like pushy they are almost. Like it's in how demanding they are. And it made me realize a lot about how, as someone who, I don't really want to say my name, but someone who's assigned female at birth and bi, I always had a weird relationship to cross-dressing, because when I was younger, I always, like, I love clothes. Like, I love fashion. I love women's clothes. I have a sort of fixation with them. I think I wanted to buy like stockings and garter belts when I was like a teenager. Like, I like those types of clothes. And as a bi person, like, in theory, I like the idea of like a guy wearing that type of stuff. I can like men. I can like those types of clothes. But the dominant culture that's there is so like steeped in misogyny and transmisogyny, racism, and this sort of like need for submissiveness and just really like almost a, like everyone said before, and like you said, like this misogynist edge to it. Because I actually had a boyfriend who I asked if I could dress him up in my clothes. And it was a very like gentle thing where I think we were on some sort of psychedelic, and I think I put like a little skirt and like a big sweater on him, and then we hugged and cuddled and like hung out. And in retrospect, that was a big part of me realizing that I'm much more sapphic than I realized, and that I am attracted to femininity in people, and people who are sort of straddling like I like androgyny. People have made fun of me saying I kind of like feminine men. And my current partner, who I just moved in with, I'm non-binary. My current partner is a non-binary trans femme, and we've discussed before how much we hate seeing like sissy fetish stuff in online spaces, because it does nothing for either of us. It's very almost like this like cis heteronormative idea of like femininity, and like many people have talked before about like the stuff people wear or like what's considered like attractive. And it's funny because like we'll even joke about it being like, if we dress each other up for like a fun sexy night, it's gonna be like a big soft t-shirt and like Calvin Klein underwear. Like like just more like it was not appropriate for me to say like a lesbionic vibe. Just sort of like, I guess these are women's clothes, but that's because we're both kind of girls sometimes. And the other thing I wanted to say, this is more my hot take that's been bouncing around my mind all day, is that I'm really glad that a lot of people have non-judgmentally pointed out the fact that people have been on call, no one's really been too judgmental about the fact that for some trans women, cross-dressing is a sort of entryway into them finding themselves. And but one thing I hadn't heard anyone say that I think about a lot is that I just think of it in terms of, it very much reminds me of how growing up as someone who thought I was a cis woman for a very long time, almost like what being like a teenager was like, and wanting to, like the first types of urges that you might have to like quote unquote like look pretty or look older, you take on these sort of social messages about what like a pretty woman is. Like it just feels like the like it might happen at different ages because, you know, that just sort of happens still. But I feel like the messages telling us to like wear the makeup and get the push-up bra
are so
coming usually from the same place. Yeah, it's like, and I very much am against the idea that like one person just because they're older, because they're not cis, is like perpetuating something. I feel like we're all sort of fed these messages about like, well, like what makes a pretty woman? High heels and the fishnets and the big boobs, and like as you get older, you learn that that's really maybe not for you. As I found, but yeah, that was all I really wanted to say. I wanted to keep it short for the other callers. I didn't even really expect to get on.
Oh, well, I'm thankful that you waited. I think that's a really interesting point because, you know, like I said, I can see how for some trans people, for some trans women, exploring gender as a cross-dresser may indeed, you know, initially start out as very misogynistic, but maybe changes in time, because I think so much of that is the taboo. You know, you're so like, you've been told all your life, you can't wear this, you can't wear that. Being feminine is the worst thing you can ever be. And so being hyper feminine, embodying this type of woman that is frankly, you know, generally informed by, you know, misogyny, a lot of the times, that can feel initially like a positive thing, you know. But I think sometimes people may embody that and then realize that, you know, that it's not, that it's informed by misogyny in a lot of ways, and maybe change. I think that that's a possibility, and I leave space for that. And I try to always like be aware of the fact that, you know, like we would love, I think a lot of people would love to live in a society where everyone gets it, and, you know, we understand all the things and get the stuff, and there is no unpacking to do, and there is no bias that we've been influenced to have. But that's just not realistic, you know. I think people are all like unpacking stuff, and as I've spoken about on my channel, I've had to, you know, unpack my own shit, and get to a point where, like, you know, my expression of femininity is more is my comfort, not about really anything more than that. And so yeah, I mean, that's an interesting point, and I'm glad you brought it up.
It's and I love what you said. I mean, can I just say I've been loving these call-in shows and your podcast and all of your videos. I feel like the unpacking part is really important, and this was bouncing on my mind because I sort of had a little bit of culture shock a few weeks ago where I posted a selfie on social media to show off a t-shirt that I got that had, I forget what it's, some sort of trans positive slogan, like trans is beautiful, because I am under the trans umbrella. And it was mostly for my friends, it was just me in a shirt and makeup. But then people who I didn't really know got hold of the picture and I guess assumed that I was a trans woman, which I would usually take as a compliment. Because of that, I started getting interaction on this innocuous picture I've taken from like really intense, like sissy fetishist blogs. And first of all, I mean, some were, because some strangers were just like very nice trans women who thought I was a trans woman and were just wanting to compliment me. But then some people were like, it was very jarring for me. It was like sort of a reminder of how this shit works, honestly. We're like, okay, you're assuming you're seeing a picture of a trans woman just in a t-shirt and makeup, you know, with the little jean shorts on, and you think that this is appropriate to share and post on your like BDSM fetish blog, like that these things are the same, like and it was just very jarring for me. It's like these are like that you would think that boundary would be okay to cross without asking someone first.
And that's again, that's one of my big issues with a lot of the cross-dressing shit, because like, so I've talked about this briefly, but like forever ago, fucking ever ago, I had one of those transition timelines that used to be incredibly popular on trans social media. And one day I had some crossdresser YouTube channel download my video and upload it as their own.
Oh my God.
And you go to their page and they're crossdresser, and half of their videos are about cross-dressing, and the other videos are stolen transition timelines that they had from other trans women. And I remember being like terrified of the idea that this crossdresser was basically looking at my transition timeline and using it as like a source of sexual gratification for themselves, because they can see
yeah, like fetish bait.
Because they can see me becoming more feminine in this stuff. And this was like over 10 years ago. But like it was really uncomfortable. And like I think it was you who pointed out the toxic pushy masculinity stuff. But like that's been that for me, that's what it feels like when I argue with these people about why, about my own fucking boundaries and why I don't want to do this and why I don't want to do that, and they're over here trying to make me feel bad for not being comfortable with them fetishizing me in a certain way, or fetishizing women in a way that I feel is misogynistic. It's just like I feel like I'm arguing with your standard dude who I said no to, who thinks that no is an invitation for a debate. No, it's the same exact vibe, and it's something that I can't be I won't be shamed into feeling differently about it, because I can see it for what it is. It's like you're just trying to push me to do some shit that I said I didn't want to do, and I don't think you being a crossdresser suddenly makes that okay. I have these boundaries, and I don't like for you to specifically fetishize me, especially for femininity or transition, because it makes me uncomfortable, and that should truly be enough. I shouldn't have to explain it beyond that, really. So,
well, may I just say that your channel has been super helpful for me in learning to establish better boundaries about this stuff. I've established stronger boundaries and lost some friends and acquaintances along the way, because I no longer felt like associating with people who defended stuff that I just couldn't agree with. I've had to cut off some people out of my life because they were getting really defensive about fetishizing like detransitioning and like just stuff like that, or like, and all those same arguments come up of it just, I could really relate to what you were talking about like this sort of defensive maneuver of like trying to make you seem closed-minded for just establishing what does and doesn't make you comfortable.
Yeah.
But I should let another caller get on the line. But thank you so much for talking to me, and I hope you have a good rest of your night, Kat.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much for calling in and giving us your true tea. I really appreciate it.
Of course.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
All right. We got 4 more people on the line. We're going to see if I can get through all of these. Like I said, let's try to keep it under 15 minutes. There's a lot of really short calls in this one, which I think are great. I'm definitely, even though it was annoying initially for someone to be like 15-minute call limit, I'm glad that someone said that, because I've started to like actually time these calls and be good at keeping it under 15 minutes. So that will make it a lot easier for me to edit. We are still figuring out how exactly to do things over here. So thank you for bearing with me and being patient. Okay, I will be quiet and take the next call. Hello.
Oh, hello.
Hi
I'm
there.
going to try to keep this as possible as not to waste too much time. I'm somebody who enjoys, I guess, feminizing and femininity in itself. I just want to make the point that I talk to people who are also into getting feminized, and I enjoyed watching your original videos that made me self-reflect as to why I enjoy that, and misogynistic things are baked into it. And I feel that it is not always, inherently like blatant misogyny. It's society as itself and how it markets women and how that's misogyny perpetuate. For example, like other callers talking about makeup, boobs, all that kind of things, but not just women view that as well as men.
Yeah.
And that, like, think of the things that we considered sexual, beauty, desirability. They're all female things, like the black dress, mini skirts, everything that there is no male equivalent to all of those items.
I mean, not ones that are generally seen in a similar way, for sure. For sure.
There's definitely not an equivalent. Maybe a suit.
Yeah.
But there is nothing like a lingerie equivalent for men, and the varieties that there are.
I mean, I would say that the equivalent for lingerie for men is a suit, but that's my personal preference. A man in a suit, that's like lingerie to me, but I get it. I get what you mean. The things that are sexy and seductive are often associated with femininity.
Yes, and men, they don't have a way of being seen as desirable the way that women are, and they view that. And I realize that's how I viewed it as well, growing up watching TV, media, advertisements. The women were always posed in suggestive ways, even in the pencil skirts and blouses.
Yeah, like it's women are, it's interesting because I do think I was speaking earlier about how a lot of times when I've seen cross-dressers project their images of femininity, those images are often images that reflect what they are personally attracted to. And so, and that image is often informed by advertising and the way that women are marketed, as you say. And we don't market men in a similar way. I would say that there are definitely the equivalents to lingerie, for example, for men, but those are things that we tend to associate with gay men. Andrew Christensen is, I would argue, a lingerie line for men, but it's also a line that you really only see popularized among gay men, and especially cis het men are not really going to be seen as more masculine or sexier by wearing less clothing in a similar way. I mean, even when you look at like what's it called, what's the male stripper review that's really popular, oh my gosh, I'm losing it. Oh, this is gonna really I'm gonna look it up right now. Male, someone in the chat told me male. It's a really popular Chippendales. Okay, even if you look at like Chippendales dancers, thank you so much, Moncherry, for that. They're often clothed. But a lot of times the sexy versions of what they're wearing are like skimpier versions of clothes. But it's still not necessarily, I guess you might say that for on some people might look, in some people's view, more feminine. So that is kind of interesting to think about.
Yeah.
Like, the ways that it's different.
Like what you said with the Chippendale stuff, I don't see that kind of stuff plastered on billboards or
Yeah,
on
exactly.
advertisements.
because we don't usually
Anyways,
market men in that way.
and boys grow up seeing that the desirability to be seen as sexy is feminine.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, that was the point I wanted to make. Thank you. Goodbye.
All right. Thank you. Yeah, that's a very interesting thing to think about. All right. So you still got 4 more calls. I'm going to see if I can get through these, but I am hitting my wall. So let's see. All right. I'll be quiet and then we'll take the next call. Hello.
Hey, what's going on?
Hi there. Who am I speaking to and what is your true tea?
My name is David, and I'm a cis gay male. So my perspective, I don't know if it's been covered yet, but I do have some opinions.
Okay. Well, let's hear them.
Well, most of this is actually coming just from like my interactions with cross-dressers, sissies, and all that on Grindr. But yeah, so I do see misogyny, but part of me can't help but sort of feel that a lot of it is based on people's obsession with straight men and how they're kind of the center of like all sexuality and sexual based behaviors, even gender, if you think about it. And like the sissies and crossdressers, I feel like it's more rare than it is common that they like go into like transitioning or identifying as trans or even non-binary. I know that might be kind of a stretch, and please don't cancel me, but what I'm trying to get at is I feel like just based on how they interact with not only themselves but others, I feel like they're really actually in the pursuit of a super dominant masculine person. In most cases, this extends beyond Grindr, just from what I've seen, because I don't think they are viewing this as a gender expression, but more so as an opportunity to be degraded as a woman, which does tie into the misogyny part. However, I do feel that if those like images of how women are treated by men in a sexual context was different, I do think those people would be behaving in that way. You know what I mean? So I don't know if it has I don't know if it really ties into like being trans or anything like that. I'm sure it does in some cases, but yeah, I kind of think that, you know, the people who are logging into whatever website and saying that they are sissy and like degrading themselves in a way that one would perceive as supposed to be feminine and like saying a bunch of vulgar stuff about X group of person probably is not really like exploring their gender, perhaps, because like even the people that like chase after like trans women or just anybody for that matter, I don't feel like they acknowledge the other person's gender, but more so are perceiving what is going to be done to them with what they think the person has, you know what I mean, like downstairs or whatever. So I don't know, is that a hot take?
I mean, I kind of get what you mean. I think that there's going to be so cross-dressing, and I've tried to stress this, I think it is quite diverse. You know, there are definitely like gay men who wear women's clothing to have sex with men who they perceive as straight, who present themselves as straight, because I know for a fact that there are definitely men who say that, you know, they'll sleep with a cross-dresser as long as she's pretty enough, you know.
Right.
And, you know, there are some of those men who will identify themselves as straight. And I know that for those particular kind of men who are cross-dressing to have sex with straight men, it is incredibly validating to them that they have access to, you know, men who present themselves as straight. Now, we can debate about that, but, you know, that's not really the point of this particular conversation. I think that for some people, it is about having sex with a man because that validates them. And I think that the thing that's sort of confusing to me, and what I was trying to get at, and why I'd often also say that some of it is homophobic, is because
Oh,
there are
absolutely.
some men who like very clearly could not allow themselves to have sex with other men without being dressed as women, because even their um particular um you know approach to it all is very steeped in this idea that it has to be a heterosexual dynamic. But cross-dressers are incredibly diverse, and I think that you're not going to obviously find the very misogynistic, well, you might still, but you're probably not going to find the super misogynistic person on cross-dresser on a gay dating app, because women aren't
Right.
really who they're looking for on there, generally speaking. um, so I think it's going to be a particular type of person based on the audience you're in. Does that make any sense?
No. I think we're in total agreement. I guess I was just kind of throwing in a random
Yeah.
tangent, kind of. But yeah, I mean, those people who are on like Grindr or whatever. I mean, well, actually, I don't know if you specified, but like, what app were you on where you encountered this person? Can I ask that?
Not a gay dating app. I was on a standard fetish.
Well, obviously not. No.
I was on
okay.
I was on a standard fetish website, and that's usually where, and I'm not saying it for specific reasons, but it's a BDSM social media website.
Mm-hmm.
Not a place that's particularly catering to this or that. This is a social media website for people who are kinky. And
Okay,
that's
you
where
share
I
this
get a
interest.
lot
Go.
of. I'm sorry, go on. Well, I couldn't hear you.
It's like you share this common interest, now interact kind of
Yeah,
thing.
exactly. You're kinky, so here it is. And that's where I will
Okay.
get a lot of interaction from cross-dressers who, in my opinion, do express quite a bit of misogyny. But not all people are like that. Like I mentioned, I have a friend married to a woman, nice guy, is a cross-dresser, doesn't engage in misogyny at all. So I know that it's not all entirely that for everyone, but for some people it is. It's hard for me to watch somebody talk about being a sissy slut whore when they wear women's clothing and not read misogyny.
Now, have these people, when I don't know if they've interacted with you, I'm sure at one point may or not have, but are they being misogynistic towards you, or you like, or are they trying to bring misogyny out of you to inflict on them?
So a lot of times what it is, and this kind of goes back to some previous conversations, I would say your standard cross-dresser is predominantly attracted to women. And they're also predominantly attracted to that really specific vibe that a cross-dresser gives. So it's really common for cross-dressers to follow other cross-dressers and to fetishize each other. And so my issue with a lot of cross-dressers that I've interacted with is that it seems like they're attempting to group me in with that in that way.
That makes a lot of sense.
And that is what makes me and that's what makes me feel very uncomfortable. And the reason why I see it as misogynistic is predominantly because a lot of times they're just projecting this incredibly misogynistic view of women onto themselves, and then being really shitty about it when people say that it makes them uncomfortable. That's kind of the issue that I've had in general, because I make it really clear on all of my kinky dating apps and social media pages that I feel incredibly uncomfortable with cross-dressing as a fetish, and specifically feminization as a fetish. And I don't want to be included or in the periphery of somebody's, specific feminization kink, because it makes me feel like you're looking at me as something other than the woman that I am. You're trying to see me as just a glamorized, feminized man. And that's clear when you look at their memes and the things that they repost, which are largely photos of transgender women with captions over it where they're describing a sissification fetish, as though they're speaking from the perspective of the person in the picture who is a trans woman who does not have this fetish. And so that's the issue I tend to have. It's the lack of respect of boundaries. Frequently, it's how pushy they get when I say it's not something that I'm comfortable with or into. That's something that I am completely not into. And I try not to be judgmental. I try not to be shitty. But it's such a common thing for me to interact with that it's hard for me to be, as kind and polite as I'm sure some people would like for me to be, because
No, I think you're fair. It's valid.
yeah, I mean, I feel that way too. If I've had to tell you, please leave me alone, please, I'm not into this. It's just not. But you still pursue me. You still try to get at me. It's that's I'm gonna see it as you basically
Predatory.
being pushy, being predatory, being really no different than any standard man who would listen to me say no and think that I want to debate about it. So that's kind of where I'm at.
Yeah, they're ultimately devaluing your gender. And I'm curious, are they trying to come at you from the lens that they want you to view them as a woman? That's the interaction I'm curious about.
I think so. And this is kind of the thing that annoys me. I think half the time I don't know what it's about, because most of the times these people are racist. Most of the times you go to their page, like this person that inspired the Collins show. His profile said, "I'm a I'm a sissy slut for BBC, and I love dressing like a whore to please black dick." That's their whole vibe.
It's just weird that they would even message you.
Well, yeah,
you know what I mean?
Sometimes it's not even messaging. Sometimes it's just going through and liking all of my pictures, which populates my pictures on their page, which also means that now I've got a horde of cross-dressers and sissies following me, interacting with my shit, commenting on it, saying that I look so pretty and feminine, and it's just so gross. It makes me uncomfortable.
Yeah.
And it's like, I want to respect that other people have this particular kink, and that it's something that turns them on, and I want to be a you got your thing, I've got my thing kind of person. But the fact that I have to put I'll read off of my profile once again. First thing in my profile is I immediately block sissies, crossdressers, and race players who engage with my content on here. Not interested in being part of your degendering and or racist fetish, because that's something that I feel like I have to say. And even then, I still get the likes and the comments and sometimes the messages. And I don't want to have to yell at somebody about their shit. I just want for my boundaries to be respected, and they almost never are by cross-dressers. And that's one of my biggest issues. That isn't to say all cross-dressers are like that. Every single cross-dresser is pushy. Every single cross-dresser is misogynistic, because I don't think that's true. But I have lost count of the amount of arguments and debates I've had with cross-dressers about my fucking boundaries. And every single time I'm closed-minded. I shouldn't be judgmental because people judge me. And it's like, listen, no. This is not the same thing. We are not the same. You are
right. Their argument is applying adjacency.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with me. And I think part of the thing is because I have a lot of personal experience knowing cross-dressers who are doing, in my opinion, very shitty things, cheating on their wives, having risky sex with men without telling their partners, bringing shit back to them, and then framing their wives and their partners as closed-minded for not being comfortable with them doing that stuff. And I'm sorry, but I don't think that anyone needs to accept, especially you doing something that is sexually risky and putting people at risk because of what you're doing, because you've got this really specific fetish. And half the time, I know that part of what appeals to them about this kink is the secret. is the fact that they're cheating, is the fact that they're hiding. It's not, I don't know if a lot of these men even want a female partner who would be accepting and celebratory of them. So that's a lot of the issue that I have, because I very rarely, I mean, they exist, but I very rarely have met the self-identified sissy who doesn't have problems with women.
Oh no, for sure. There is some kind of discrepancy, and like even using that terminology, Grant, I don't know if they're trying to say that they reclaim it or something, but I do think it has to do with like being insecure with their own like sense of I don't want to say like their gender, but I'm assuming how they perceive their own masculinity, where this feels like an appropriate role for them, and as a result, they need to feel like how a sissy should feel, you know what I mean? Because there is a lot of degradation that comes with that this kink, you know what I mean? So, yeah, I appreciate the answer. I wasn't expecting to get on the call, so that's kind of cool. Yeah, it's kind of neat. But I guess I feel like the reason why they probably go out of their way to argue with you or even pursue is I do think there is like, they probably are conflating their kink with perhaps being like the trans movement and trans acceptance, perhaps even like this is how I think they think, but perhaps even like the acceptance of like mainstream drag. So they're probably thinking like, okay, they're accepted like for entertainment on a social level. So like, what's the big deal that I'm pursuing you in this way on a sexual context? You know what I mean? And I think they perceive sometimes that because there is like a lot of acceptance with just different kinds of gender expression, whatever way, that they have this protection in a way, as almost as if like they are somehow, I don't want to say oppressed. That sounds worse than like, that's not like what I'm trying to get at, but like, I feel like they think that they are a protected class. And as a result, because they have to keep this secret, or like because this is not something that they can go mainstream with, and because like this is only something they can do behind closed doors, that like they can just make their advances and people just have to kind of like tolerate it. Because I've had interactions with people like on Grindr who do cross dress, and I have found that these people are not like, I don't think they take themselves seriously, and I do find that, or some of it, like I do think there's some overlap with what you've experienced and what I've experienced, where they are kind of, they view you as this concept of what you can bring to them sexually, and they will say and do whatever it is to make sure that that happens. And sometimes the reason why I was bringing into the fact, like, do they try to speak to you as if they are a woman, or if they are coming at you from like they want you to view them as male, is because I've encountered people who will, like, because I've said before, like, I'm not interested in female presenting individuals, and then people will just blatantly say like, oh no, like I'm ruining the illusion that they're trying to present, I guess. You know what I mean? And I'm just surprised that they would do that, because I would think that this is something that they want to maintain while in this setting. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, I think that the reality is a lot of cross-dressers that I've interacted with do indeed have an attraction to trans women, whether that's a fetish or not. And the interaction that I've had is, a lot of times I don't meet them as a cross-dresser. I meet them as a man. And then they'll either come out to me as a cross-dresser, or I will find out that they're a cross-dresser, and they kind of don't expect for me to say no. They don't expect for me to be like,
it's the reverse for me.
Yeah, I mean, it's come from all different angles. I've definitely had people pursue me as a cross-dresser, be rejected, and then pursue me as a man, expecting, thinking that I'm not going to be able to tell the difference between them in and out of drag. It's like, all right, sir,
right,
go back to the drawing table. but that's the thing is like I've just had too many pushy experiences with cross dressers. And that's why it can't just be a live and let live sort of thing on my end. Because I'm not left alone and let to live, you know? So it's a bit much for me. I think I would definitely feel different if you know, people just respected. I mean, fuck. I mean, let's say I didn't have a disclaimer in all of my profiles. Let's say that wasn't there. If they just respected the no and took it as that, I would have a very, 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 very different reaction, I think. But I'm hitting my wall. I thank you for calling in, but I am.
No, I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
We've been here for so long that this has to be the last call. But thank you so much for calling in. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely, and keep up the good work.
Oh, thank you. I really appreciate that. All
Yeah,
right.
take care.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, loves. So I'm closing the line. I'm so sorry about that. I'm going to unlist this video right now. I'm sorry for the two people who are on the line. I think we have hit the wall. We've hit the wall. You know, I know that my boyfriend's probably gonna want to pick me up soonish, but I'm gonna try to see if I can edit this as much as I can to get it up. You know, and if I don't do it, I don't do it. You know, it is what it is. I'm trying not to stress myself out too much. But thank you guys for coming. Thank you guys for you know, giving me your time and your interaction. Some of y'all have been here for the entire 4 hours that we've been here. Thanks for that. Appreciate the interacciones, as they say in Espanol. And I will talk to you guys next time. Be sure to copy this link if you just got here and you want to listen to the whole thing, or just support me on Patreon to see all of, you know, all of my unedited broadcasts. All right, I'm gonna go. Bye, guys.